Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Waze facing off on orange to see who takes the win. What a scramble. Waze barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. The favorite will want to shake this one off quickly. Aster enters this map with a huge 76% win rate. It's a bit surprising to see him struggle so early, given how historically comfortable he's looked on this layout. Now the pressure is really on for him to justify those numbers. A brutal back and forth exchange that finally ends with Aster securing a hard-fought point. That's a vital step in the right direction for the favorite. Another huge round for Aster, and he's looking much more comfortable now. This shift in momentum is exactly what the oddsmakers predicted. Wei still holds a commanding 2-round lead. The lower ranked player is refusing to go away here. Waze is just cruising right now, leading 5-2. Waze seems completely unfazed by their opponent's higher ladder standing. He's simply too fast right now, pulling ahead with a commanding 4-round advantage. Aster manages to claw back a point, cutting the gap to 3. The head-to-head history definitely favors the lower-seeded side here. Aster is showing real grit here, keeping the pressure on with another swift victory. Aster has won 88 of their all-time encounters. While it's a surprising turn of events to see him trailing by 3 rounds when he's held such a dominant grip over this opponent, historically now the pressure shifts to him to prove that the long-term trends still matter. Waze goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we expected before the start. He's looking sharp and clearly has the confidence to maintain this narrow gap. Waze is still standing tall with an 8-5 cushion. That's an impressive start for someone sitting outside the top 20. A chaotic trade of fire here, but he manages to push through and keep the momentum shifting. He's fighting to close a gap that's always felt manageable for him. Pure speed from Aster, staying pristine while continuing this charge back into the game. He's certainly making the climb back look easy. Waze is barely holding on to that narrow 2-round edge. That's exactly the kind of resilience he's shown in their previous encounters. Waze is still 3 steps ahead at 10-7. The gap in their ratings doesn't seem to be mattering much today. A total shutdown there, completely erasing the momentum Aster had built up. What a fight. He barely survives the carnage to move within 1 round of victory. Waze is simply untouchable in these exchanges. Unbelievable. Waze closes it out to the perfect final exchange to secure the victory. He really shut the door on Aster today, taking control of the server when it mattered most. Welcome back to the league. We have Omnic and Waze facing off on dunes to see who takes the win. Waze has the dominant head-to-head lead here, winning 74% of their encounters. It's clear he's used to controlling the tempo against Omnic. We'll see if he can leverage that confidence to put this match away early. Waze holds the lead, but Omnic is still fighting. He's definitely feeling the pressure after a tough 826 days so far. Waze is putting on a clinic right now, looking completely comfortable in the lead. He's definitely the more experienced player on this map. Waze is simply cruising with a massive 4-1 lead. A lightning fast reaction there, and Omnic is starting to claw back into this game. Omnic is definitely proving he can hold his own against the favorite. He's making a stand, putting a huge dent in that early deficit. Waze is suddenly looking very vulnerable after that start. Unbelievable, we are all square now as he puts together a brilliant comeback run. Waze quickly puts a stop to that surge, regaining the lead. Waze is sitting on a 46% lifetime win rate across thousands of games, and you can see that consistency showing up in how he stabilizes these matches. He's just found a way to shut down Omnic's momentum again. Waze is up 7-5 as we head into the break. I mean, he's leaning on his experience here, and things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. We'll see if Omnic can push the pace after the switch. Time to switch things. He's staying sharp, reacting instantly to close the gap on the scoreboard. A clean response there to tighten the grip on this series. Waze keeps a 2-round cushion as we move forward. Just a steady performance from a seasoned veteran. What a snapshot of pure speed, and the momentum continues to shift toward Omnic. Waze barely holds a 2-round edge as we restart. He's clearly the more composed of the two today. Waze is firmly in command with a 3-round gap. It's a bit of a redemption arc after that rough loss earlier today. He's showing some serious grit, securing another fast win to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to back down, putting together another flawless sequence to keep the pressure on. Omnic had a great run going, but Waze just shut that door fast. He's staying in this, proving he can handle the heat in a close-fought battle. The underdog is refusing to just fade away today. What a quick exchange, and that puts the match squarely in his hands. He's playing exactly like the heavy favorite we expected today. And there it is. Waze finishes the job with a sharp final exchange to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but the higher seed just had too much polish when it counted. He's really going to be gutted by that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, Aster and Waze are heading to Redline to see who comes out on top today. Aster holds a lifetime 88-80 lead in their head-to-head history. We saw Waze actually take the most recent match between them, so this opening round is a great response from Aster to reclaim the upper hand. Simply untouchable right now. That's 3 straight for Aster. The rating difference is definitely showing through these early rounds. Waze finally answers back, showing some grit to get this one on the board. Slightly shaky start for the favorite, but plenty of time to recover. Waze is refusing to go away, putting together a strong response to close the gap. Waze is playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster pulls ahead again, leading by a 2-round margin. The higher seeded player is starting to assert himself. Aster is really benefiting from his strong presence on this map, where he boasts a 60% win rate. It's clear that specific familiarity is giving him a distinct advantage in these early exchanges. Now he just needs to maintain this pressure before Waze can find a way back in. Waze reacts quickly to put another one on the board. His lower ranking hasn't stopped him from hanging in this series. Waze was simply too fast there, securing another clean victory to further narrow the gap. He's completely shifted the tide of this game, taking a 3rd straight to tighten this match up. He's really putting the odds to the test right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's currently outperforming the odds. He's proved he can trade blows with the favorite, and now he just needs a few more clean rounds to seal the deal. Time to see who blinks first. He secures the win from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. It's a complete toss-up now with just a few rounds left. What a scramble. Both players exchanged heavy damage, but he manages to survive and level the score. Aster manages to shut that down quickly, keeping Waze off the ramp and reclaiming the lead. He's definitely finding his legs after that early push from the opponent. Waze picks him right off the ramp to lock in the tie. The underdog is showing serious poise in this deadlock. He's in total control, securing another one to move ahead 9-8. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player now. Waze is simply on fire, holding the high ground on the ramp to extend his run. Waze is really defying the expectations right now. Absolutely crushing it now. Waze extends his lead with an effortless victory. Aster puts a stop to that momentum, shutting things down instantly with an effortless shot. Waze is practically unstoppable, catching Aster right off the ramp to put himself on match point. Incredible, Waze finishes him off in a blink to complete a stunning comeback victory. He just flat out outplayed him in those closing moments to seal the deal. That's an unbelievable turnaround for the underdog. What a fight. Welcome to the duel. On Fast Aim, we've got Omnic and Waze facing off, with Waze entering as the strong favorite. Waze is just dominating the head-to-head record here with 170 wins. It's a huge mental advantage that complements his current hot streak. I wonder if Omnic can find any way to shake that trend. Waze is putting on a masterclass, leading 2-0. He's showing that superior rating in these early exchanges. He just blasted Omnic right off the ramp to take full control of the early game. Waze really knows how to close these out today. He's simply unstoppable right now, claiming another round for a perfect start. Omnic gets a clean look from the ramp to get back on the board. He's had a tough go in his last few games today. Waze is really tightening the screws here, utilizing that ramp height to secure his 5th win of the set. Omnic has had a really grueling day so far with a record of 8-25 in the last 24 hours. It's making this particular uphill climb feel even steeper. It's gonna take something special for him to change the momentum here. A precise piece of aim from Omnic to pull another one back. He's certainly showing he can compete with a top 20 opponent. A wild scramble between the two of them on the ramp, but Omnic manages to come out on top. Waze is still comfortably in the driver's seat at 8-3. His 70% form over the last 10 matches is showing. We head into the break with Waze holding an 8-4 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the opening half to go. He's clearly the stronger player here, comfortably managing the pace of this series. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The higher rated player is simply too consistent tonight. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, putting up a strong fight to keep this game within reach. He's definitely fighting to avoid another blowout like the one on Dunes. What a scramble! Waze barely scrapes through that exchange to extend his lead to 10. He is really clinging to these rounds by a thread. Waze is just an absolute blur right now, closing these exchanges out in a matter of seconds. Omnic is putting up a fight, catching Waze completely out of position on that ramp. Omnic just catches Waze coming off that ramp, and he's starting to claw his way back into this. Unbelievable. Waze barely clings to life with a sliver of health to move within a single round of victory. And that's it. Waze closes the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. The raw speed on display here was just unreal, completely shutting out any chance of a comeback. Welcome to Orange. We've got Aster taking on Omnic in today's duel, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite. Aster is historically an absolute powerhouse here with a 75% win rate on this map. It's a massive contrast to Omnic, who has really struggled to put up numbers in this environment. It will be interesting to see if that historical gap holds up tonight. Omnic is surging ahead, leading the series 2-1. He's looking a lot more confident than his usual outings today. We are back to a deadlock. Neither player is able to string together a multi-round lead so far. Aster claws back the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's looking far more settled than his previous matches today. Omnic has leveled the playing field at 3 apiece. And keep in mind, Omnic is fighting an uphill battle from rank 36. Omnic has the wind in his sails now, putting together a strong run to take control of the series. Pure chaos, now it's all square at 4 all. The head-to-head history here is overwhelmingly skewed in the favorite's favor. Aster pulls ahead again, clutching a narrow 5-4 lead. He's outperforming that recent stretch of struggles. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that trade with a sliver of health to keep the streak rolling. That's exactly how the ladder expects this one to go. He's on fire now, putting up a serious run for the lead as we approach the midway point. He's firmly back in control after a rough start today. At Aster heads race. Aster is currently sitting on a 24-10 record today. That kind of momentum is incredibly hard to shake. He's completely rewritten his poor form from earlier in the day and is now just operating on a different level. I wonder if Omnic can find any way to interrupt this flow. Aster starting to pull away now, leading 9-6. Both of these guys coming off some tough losses to Waze earlier. Total shutdown. He's just refusing to let that early deficit break his resolve. The momentum has completely flipped in the second half. He's just not stopping, picking up another one to narrow the gap to a single round. Omnic is completely defying the odds right now. He is simply taking over the game, erasing a huge deficit to force a total stalemate. The underdog has a lot of fight in him today. Absolute brilliance. He's simply refusing to let up, securing 6 in a row with an effortless shot. He's simply an absolute wall right now, extending his run to 7 straight. Just a sheer display of power now, and he's put himself in a prime position to finish the map. What a fight. Aster digs deep to survive that exchange and disrupt the momentum. He's really grinding his way back into this series. What a result. Omnic storms through for the finale to complete an incredible comeback victory. He just completely shook off a lifetime of losses to the higher ranked player. That was an incredible turnaround. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live on Dunes for a great showdown between Aster and Waze. Aster holds a slight lead in their head-to-head history, but the momentum has shifted. Waze has won 3 of their last 5 meetings, so the favorite starting this match on the back foot. Aster is really starting to pull ahead here. He's shaking off those 3 recent losses quite nicely. We are deadlocked now, and it feels like every single round is just a toss-up. His current form has been way more consistent recently. Unbelievable. He barely claws his way out of that exchange with a single health point remaining. Aster is simply dominating here, leading by 2 rounds. Waze had been such a force in their last few meetings. Waze is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. He's certainly bringing that recent momentum from the Omnic series into this. Waze is really moving fast right now, putting an end to those rounds almost instantly. And the roll keeps going. He's firmly in control now with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. Waze is simply on a tear, picking up another victory to secure 4 straight. His recent run of form is clearly paying off. Absolute perfection. He's completely seized control as we head into the break. He's making this look effortless right now. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out pretty much as we thought they would. That huge 5-round run really solidified his grip on the match. Aster needs to find a spark. Waze has looked far superior today, coming in with a high 70% win rate across his last 10 outings. Well, it's a stark contrast to the current form we're seeing from Aster. He's really struggling to put a stop to this slump. Waze is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-5. The lower seed is putting on a clinical performance here. Another untooth round for Waze, and he's officially regained the upper hand. He's simply too fast for him, extending that run to 4 consecutive points. He's just completely in command now, putting himself 1 step away from victory. Huge response here. He finally manages to put a halt to that run. He needs to dig deep to get back into this one. What a finish! Waze shuts the door and secures the victory. Just a complete shutdown in the end. He's definitely in the form of his life right now. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Waze in today's match. Waze has a massive historical advantage here with 171 wins over Omnic. It's a staggering lead that usually makes this a one-sided affair. I wonder if that mental weight will start to pressure Waze as this series gets moving. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to pull through for another win. The gaps in the ladder rating aren't showing up at all. A sharp response here, proving he's not going down without a fight. Omnic is just dominating this set with a 4-1 lead. Omnic is simply untouchable right now, leading 5-1. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another rapid victory. The higher seed is really struggling to adjust here. Waze manages to secure a clean exchange here. He's really putting his high ladder standing to use now. Omnic only manages to win 19% of his matches on this map. It's a tough road for him historically, so seeing him lead this series is quite a surprise. We'll have to see if he can hold that advantage as Waze starts to push back. Omnic is just cruising along with a commanding 8-3 lead. The higher seed is feeling the pressure right now. Omnic takes the 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely defied the script today. It's a huge shake-up, given that Waze usually converts 75% of these matchups. Let's see how the reset plays out. Waze claws back one, but still trails 8-5. He's clearly in a better spot today, having put up 20 wins. A very effortless victory here as he keeps the momentum swinging his way. The favorite is finally starting to look like the better seed. Omnic extends his cushion to a 3-round lead. He's really showing a lot of grit despite sitting at rank 36. Waze stays aggressive and takes this one with a completely clean shot. He's really starting to play with that confidence we expected. He's refusing to let this game slip away and keeps the pressure high with another flawless sequence. Waze is on fire, erasing the deficit completely to bring us level at 9 or a completely fresh start for both of them moving forward. He is simply unstoppable right now, seizing another lead in this incredible run. He's just too strong right now, taking another round to bring the score to 11-9. Absolutely crushing it. He's just one round away from a huge victory. Omnic refuses to quit, putting a stop to that run and keeping his hopes alive. What a clutch stop to prevent the sweep. Unreal, Waze closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory after an incredible comeback. He really fought a war to get that victory, but the experience finally paid off in the end. What a match. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Aster taking on Omnic in a battle to see who comes out on top. Aster historically dominated this pairing with a 78% win rate. It's a huge gap in quality, but his confidence has been shaking after a string of recent losses. He'll need to shake off that slump if he wants to get back to his usual standard. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Definitely playing better than he did in his last 3 matches. Simply an untouchable sequence. He's really starting to push the pace here. He's quickly forgetting that last defeat on Orange. He's simply too fast right now, putting a huge dent in his opponent's hopes. The rank 16 player is really asserting his authority here. Absolutely terrifying. Aster just won't stop, putting a massive gap between himself and his opponent. Omnic finally finds a way through, claiming a round for himself. The lower seed is fighting back with everything he's got. Aster has been far more consistent today, putting up a 22-12 record so far. Well, he's clearly finding his footing after that rough start to the day. He just needs to keep this energy up to put the game away. Aster is just ruthless, staring down a commanding 7-2 lead. He looks much more composed than in his last few outings. He continues to surge ahead, really putting the pressure on now. He's really wiping the floor with that number 36 ranking. A clean finish there, keeping that momentum going into the final frame of the first half. A solid response to stop the bleeding. Aster holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break, and it's a predictable result given the gap in their overall rankings. He's simply outclassing his opponent so far. Time to see if Omnic wakes up. Omnic claws back a bit, trailing 8-5 now. This is a complete reversal from how their previous meeting went. Aster extends his lead to 9-5 with that play. A much needed quick recovery to stop that slide. He's really putting the clamp on this match, now refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum. A strong response by the top seed to snap that run and reclaim total control. He's really bouncing back after that tough loss to Waze earlier today. Absolute precision as he puts himself on the verge of victory. The favorite is making this look effortless. A quick reaction here keeps the dream alive for Omnic. A desperate surge from the lower seed. He's not going down without a fight, securing another round to push the pressure back onto Aster. Hard to believe the underdog is finding this much late game luck. He's on fire, putting up a 3rd straight round to keep this series alive. Total shutdown of the favorite's momentum. He's simply not letting up, netting his 4th consecutive victory in a row. What a way to seal the deal. Aster closes it out with total precision to take the series. Huge relief for the favorite, who really needed to get his confidence back after that rough patch. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Aster and Waze stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Waze starts strong with an aggressive play from the ramp to take the early lead. Waze has been on an absolute tear with 6 straight wins lately. Aster holds a slim edge in their head-to-head history, winning 52% of their encounters, but the momentum has shifted heavily toward Waze since their most recent clash. I wonder if those historical numbers even matter when Waze is playing with this much confidence. A lightning-fast reaction from Aster, who just completely shut that down. A great way to put some pressure back on Waze. Waze is just dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. He's really keeping up that pace from earlier today. Aster manages to clear him off the ramp, showing a lot of grit to close the gap. Tight duel there, but he managed to squeeze out the win. Waze is firmly in control at 5-2. He's really taking advantage of the high heat he's in lately. Aster manages to pull another one back, knocking him off the ramp. He is finally starting to find a way through. Aster earns another point from the ramp, showing some real fight as he keeps this rally going. He's certainly playing like a man who wants to clear the air. Unbelievable. We are all square. He's just completely taken over the map to force this tie. Waze has completely lost his grip on this series. What a scrap. He barely survives with a sliver of health to push the score to 6-5. Pure chaos. He just barely managed to pull that one out. We're all tied up at 6-6, and honestly, Aster is doing a great job holding his own. He's outplaying the favorite right now, making a strong case for his 59% win rate on this specific map. Let's see who blinks first. He's simply not backing down, taking a clean round to firmly take the lead. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate now. Waze claws back just in time to level the score. A precise response to stay alive in this set. Both players went out swinging on the ramp, but Aster earns the trade to keep this climb alive. He's really keeping the pressure on Waze in this back and forth. Waze is really making the ramp his home base today, refusing to let Aster get an inch of ground. What a frantic exchange. He barely survives that clash with a tiny bit of health left. He's showing some incredible poise under pressure right now. He's totally in command now, making short work of that exchange. He's really making the most of the confidence he's built tonight. The momentum has completely swung as he secures another victory to push the score to 11-8. Waze proves he's still in this, dropping the defender off the ramp to keep the comeback alive. Crucial stop there to keep this contest competitive. What a heart-stopping exchange. He claws through the carnage to put himself just 1 point away from victory. Seriously tough to shake him off tonight. A strong response from Waze, outplaying his opponent from the ramp to keep things alive. Waze is fighting for every single point now. He's staying remarkably calm, strolling to a perfect round to keep his hopes alive. He really knows how to shut down an opponent's lead. He has completely erased the lead and forced the series into overtime. Absolutely fierce momentum coming into the extra frames. Absolute carnage in this encounter. But he digs deep to outlast his opponent in a grueling scrap. Simply outworking him in the final seconds of the game. Brutal exchange where both players landed heavy hits, but Aster manages to outlast him to keep things deadlocked. What an incredible way to reset the clock. A total shutout of the opponent as he continues this incredible resurgence. Waze is simply refusing to buckle, delivering a pristine finish to lock things back up at 14-all. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. Waze is just unstoppable right now, stepping up with a flawless shot to seize the advantage. What a finish! Waze closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. He really had to dig for that one, especially with how Esther kept clawing back during overtime. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Omnic and Waze are taking the stage on fast aim, though Waze enters as the clear favorite. Waze takes a strong early lead by utilizing that ramp to get the drop on Omnic. He's continuing to dominate this head-to-head matchup. Waze is the undisputed king of this specific pairing, holding a 75% win rate in their history. That's a massive gap to overcome, but Omnic is clearly refusing to be intimidated today. He'll need to maintain this pressure if he wants to pull off the upset. Waze is just too quick from that ramp position, keeping the pressure on throughout this early stretch. Another clean victory from that ramp, extending the run to 3. He's showing exactly why he's comfortably in the top 20. What a fast response from Omnic, who looks determined to claw back into this series. Waze is simply too fast. He catches Omnic before he can even utilize the height of that ramp. He's keeping the fight alive, securing another win to stay within reach. He's proving he can trade blows with a top-tier opponent. Waze is on an incredible run right now, boasting a 75% win rate across his last 10 appearances. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. I'm wondering if Omnic has any answer left to prevent this from turning into a blowout. Waze is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. That's a surprising shift given his poor form today. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, he's playing exactly like the favorite here. Omnic is keeping the gap narrow for now, but the higher ranked player is still controlling the pace. Time to see who blinks first. He's refusing to back down, keeping this struggle very close as we enter the second half. A huge momentum swing for the underdog here. Waze holds a slim 2-round advantage over Omnic. The higher seed is starting to re-establish his dominance here. Waze extends the gap to 3 rounds over Omnic. Waze is really putting that experience to use today. He's fighting back with a completely effortless skill, keeping the deficit manageable. That was a sharp response from someone fighting uphill in this set. Waze just lapped him from that ramp, making it very difficult for Omnic to get any traction here. Waze is putting on a clinic right now, leaving Omnic with very little room to breathe. A rough day so far for the number 36 seed. Unbelievable! He barely survives a brutal exchange to put himself 1 round away from the victory. Absolutely heart-stopping finish to a chaotic round. Game over. He shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. He's just too strong on this map. Continuing a great run of form and keeping his streak alive. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Mappas. Aster takes on Omnic in a match where the favorite looks strong. Aster has historically owned this matchup with a huge lead in total wins. It makes total sense seeing how he's already beating Omnic in their most recent meeting today. We'll see if the gap in their individual rankings proves to be the deciding factor here. Omnic is fighting back as Aster holds a slim lead. The rank 17 player looks completely comfortable out here. The momentum keeps swinging back and forth here, but it's officially a deadlock for now. What a scrap. Omnic clutched that one from the ramp with almost nothing left in the tank. This is a surprising turn for the bottom half player. Aster manages to secure that one from the ramp, keeping the score dead even. His recent 21-13 record today shows he's playing a bit more comfortably. Aster is really starting to pull away from the underdog now. Absolute dominance. Now he surged ahead with 3 straight victories to take a 5-3 lead. Omnic recovers with a quick trade to keep himself in the game. He's definitely playing like he's got something to prove tonight. And just like that, we are completely tied up at 5-all. Tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. After barely edges ahead, putting him up 6-5. He's looking for a bit more consistency after those recent drops to Waze. We head into the break with Aster holding a 7-5 lead. And honestly, everything is going according to plan so far. Omnic is showing a lot of heart, but the top seed has been more composed in the key moments. Let's see if the side switch changes things. Aster is certainly making the most of his superior 58% win rate on this map. Well, he's really started to dictate the pace of this game. It will be tough for Omnic to find a way back, given how commodable he looks right now. And Aster is putting on a clinic, extending his lead to 9-5. That's a tough spot for someone with a 90% loss rate tonight. He's just too fast, picking up another one and firmly taking control of this series. The experience gap is starting to feel like a mountain to climb. He's simply too strong, claiming another victory from the ramp to extend his current run. He maintains his height on the ramp to seize another win, placing him just 1 away from victory. A huge stand from Omnic, shutting down that run and forcing another fight. He's trying to make this a true battle of nerves. And that's it. He secures the final blow to close out the series right now. He really showed why there's such a gap in the standings today, simply refusing to let the underdog breathe. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Waze facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Aster actually holds the overall head-to-head lead with 88 wins to 83. But the recent momentum shifted heavily in Waze's favor after that last close battle they had. It will be interesting to see if Aster can regain his footing here. Waze is really rolling now, leading by 2. Waze is certainly continuing a dominant run throughout the day. Waze is really punishing Aster right now, barely giving him any room to breathe. Waze just edged ahead, now clutching a 3-2 lead. Their overall histories are incredibly close for this series. Aster has fought back to make it a dead heat. He's really showing that historical edge today. Waze is reacting incredibly quickly right now. That was a lightning fast exchange. We're back to a stalemate at 4 apiece. Both players are putting up similar numbers today. Waze takes the lead again with a narrow 5-4 advantage. The higher rated player is really making his presence felt. Waze has managed an impressive 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. It really looks like the confidence from that streak is carrying him through this set. He just needs to keep this pace to secure the lead. We go into the break with Waze leading 7-5, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Waze is just slightly better today, though he can't afford to slack off if he wants to close this out. Let's see who blinks first. Aster answer back here, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The momentum is shifting back, and we're suddenly looking at a very tight contest. Waze has pulled ahead again, now holding an 8-6 grip. It feels like a total role reversal from their overall head-to-head. Waze is stretching this lead to 9-6 now. Waze is just completely taking over now. A completely effortless shot by Aster, showing he's not done fighting yet. He's tightening his grip on this. Waze is putting a stranglehold on this, up 10-7. Hard to ignore that recent 8-game tier from Waze. Waze is just too fast right now. He's putting an immense amount of pressure on Aster. Aster keeps things interesting. He's not just letting this slip away without a fight. He's really digging in, keeping his head high to narrow that gap further. He's finding a new gear in these late game exchanges. He shuts the door on that rally, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's really playing like the favorite right now. Absolutely lethal. Waze seals the deal right here to take the series. He's just outclassing everyone today, and it's clear that hot streak is still going strong. Welcome everyone, we got Omnic and Waze facing off on orange, where the favorite looks to keep his momentum going. Waze has an incredible 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Omnic has been facing lately. We have to see if the underdog can actually break that momentum. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A complete role reversal compared to their meeting on fast aim. Unbelievable Waze clutched out that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health to even the score. He's definitely playing like the higher ranked man right now. Omnic takes a slim lead, holding a 3-2 advantage. The 14 ranked player will need to tighten things up quickly. And we are back to a dead heat at 3-3. It's a strong look for the favorite, knowing he's dominated their head-to-head. The momentum is definitely shifting now. Waze is putting on a huge amount of pressure. He's simply too fast right now, extending the lead to 5-3. The gap in experience is really starting to show. A quick response from the underdog to halt that run. We're seeing some surprising resistance from the rank 36 player. Omnic is currently sitting on a tough 9-25 record over the last day. Well, that's a worrying trend combined with his struggles here. He needs to find some stability before Waze pulls even further away. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is unfolding just as we thought it would. The top 14 seed is comfortably in control, though he'll need to stay focused to close this out. Let's see if the momentum holds. Waze is just pulling away now, leading 8-5. He's really capitalizing on that massive experience gap. Waze is practically cruising, extending his lead to 9-5. A solid 22-14 run overall today for the favorite. Omnic just showed he can trade blows with the top seed, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle here. He's barely managed a few victories in their long history together. Waze is really dominating, pushing it to 10-6. What a frantic trade. He barely clings to life after that absolute war of attrition. A tough series of matches for him overall lately. Waze is just one step ahead in these exchanges, refusing to let the underdog get back into this. It's getting a bit nail-biting now. Omnic is refusing to just fade away. A huge mental test for the higher seed right now. What a fight! He manages to scrape through that exchange with practically nothing left. The underdog is showing some serious grit in these close calls. He is on fire right now, completely turning the tide with another huge round. He's suddenly looking like the one in command here. Absolutely unbelievable. He has completely leveled the score with a flawless sequence. Waze answers back immediately to put himself just one round away from victory. He's showing why the ladder has him so highly rated. Game over. Waze secures the final point to close out the series. Dominic pushed him to the absolute limit with those close calls, but he just couldn't find that final point. He had to work for that. Welcome to the league. Aster and Omnic are facing off on red line, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite. Aster has clearly dominated this specific pairing in the past, leading their head-to-head record 127-36. The gap in skill is usually obvious, but Omnic is fighting the odds today. It will be interesting to see if that early lead changes the dynamic. Omnic simply isn't letting up, catching Aster right off the ramp for a third straight victory. answers back with a sharp kill to put a dent in that early lead. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the favorite now. He's showing great grit, reeling off another win to keep this comeback alive. Omnic was definitely the one in control for a moment there. Omnic is cruising through this, leading a commanding 4-2. This is a surprising turn for someone ranked 36th overall. Omnic is currently playing way above his usual level, sitting at a 27% all-time win rate. It's a stark contrast to his general performance, but he's completely ignored the rankings gap in this set. We have to see if the favorite can find an answer before this slips completely. Omnic is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 6-3 lead. His recent 40% success rate has been a struggle. What a fast response. He's keeping the pressure on and refusing to fold. A lightning fast kill to bring him back into the fight. Omnic is just too quick today, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a huge shakeup considering how much better Aster usually looks in these pairings. We are seeing a legitimate potential upset in the making. Time for a fresh start. A textbook kill here, knocking him straight off the ramp to keep the climb going. It's a rare sight seeing a high-tier talent pushed this far. Aster just completely neutralized the threat, leveling the series at 7-7. Omnic regains the edge with an 8-7 lead. He's really shaking off that tough start to the day. He's completely locked in now, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. It's almost a completely new set with the score perfectly tied. He's completely untethered now, taking control of the series with a perfect reaction. Omnic manages to outduel Aster from the ramp, keeping things deadlocked for now. It's getting harder and harder to ignore that massive gap in the ladder standings. The veteran secures a flawless point from the ramp, continuing his steady climb back into this match. Aster keeps the momentum flowing from the ramp, putting himself just 2 rounds clear of victory. Omnic is really refusing to go away. He's keeping this series incredibly tight, despite the history between these two. Aster just barely broke a sweat, picking him off that ramp, putting himself 1 step away from victory. The higher-seeded player is truly starting to flex his muscles here. A huge stop for Omnic, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He's certainly making this an uphill battle for the top-ranked player. Unbelievable. Aster completes the comeback and seals the deal with a final shot to the ramp. Omnic truly gave him a run for his money today, but he just couldn't close the door in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. We've got Aster taking on Waze today on Italy. Let's see if the favorite can keep the momentum going. Waze is coming in on an incredible 10-win streak, and honestly, that hot streak seems to be carrying over into this particular map. He's outperforming his usual habits today, which could make a huge difference for Aster. Just an absolute blink and he's gone, putting the pressure squarely on Aster. Now Aster answers back immediately with a perfect shot, showing he's not gonna just roll over. He's on a roll now, shutting down the momentum and closing the gap on the scoreboard. Waze is really starting to pull away at 4-2. Aster is showing a lot of grit here, taking this round with an effortless flick. Unbelievable. We've got a dead heat here as he evens things up. The underdog is refusing to buckle under the pressure. He's totally taken over now, securing another fast kill to take the lead. The momentum has completely flipped for the pre-match favorite. He is completely unstoppable right now, claiming a 4th straight for a huge lead. Waze shuts that down quickly to tighten the gap right before the break. His overall head-to-head lead remains slim. We are locked up at 6-6 heading into the switch, and honestly Aster is proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit off. He's playing a very disciplined game today to stay right there with the favorite. Time to see who blinks first. Waze holds a narrow edge now at 7-6. The head-to-head history is so close. It's a toss-up at this point. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to bring the tally level. That was an incredible escape by the trailing player. Waze regains his footing to lead it 8-7. He's looking much sharper than their last trip to the dunes. Aster generally holds the lead in their lifetime history with 88 total wins. However, he's currently playing someone who's on a red-hot run right now, and it feels like Waze is simply refusing to let him regain any ground. Waze is stretching his lead to a 2-round cushion. There was an incredibly fast exchange to end the round. What a response! He's showing incredible heart, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. The recovery continues as he claws back another round to bring this set level. An absolute stunner of a play, putting him in control for the first time in this set. He's simply too fast right now, moving within a single point of victory. What a finish! Aster secures a total victory, storming back to shut the door. He really clawed his way back from the brink to get his revenge for that loss on the dunes. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off on Mappas, with Waze entering as the clear favorite. Waze holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 75% of their encounters. It's a trend that looks very familiar since Waze just beat him in another match today. Omnic will need to break that psychological wall fast. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really fighting against a tough 10% run of form lately. He's just untouchable right now, securing another quick round for himself. A huge shift in momentum from their most recent encounter. Waze answers back immediately to keep this close. The experience of the higher rated player is starting to show. Waze manages to time that perfectly, clearing him off the ramp for another straight round. His current form is clearly reflecting that top 15 ranking. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a real nail-biter. A big confidence boost for a player sitting at rank 37. Omnic is currently fighting through a 925 record over the last day. It's a tough run of games, yet he's somehow finding the composure to keep this lead. He'll have to maintain this focus if he wants to pull off the upset here. Omnic is really cooking, taking a commanding 6-4 lead. Waze is starting to look a bit rattled as he drops another one in a matter of seconds. Omnic holds an 8-4 advantage going into the break. I mean, this is completely opposite to what we expected. Waze has the higher rank, but he's just not finding any answers for those quick bursts of aggression. Time to see if Waze wakes up. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life after clearing the opponent off the ramp in a fierce exchange. He's really skating by on a thin margin right now. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-5. Waze clawed one back, but Omnic still leads 9-6. Waze is looking far more like his usual self now. Omnic is just refusing to let this game slip away, keeping the pressure on despite the quality of his opponent. What a fight! He survives that chaotic scramble by the skin of his teeth to move one step closer to victory. Waze is starting to push back here, quickly shutting down those last few rounds. The gap is closing fast as Waze starts to really put the pressure on. He's certainly showing that 22-14 efficiency from today. That was a fierce trade, but Omnic came out on top and now stands on match point. Absolute chaos just now, but he's the one who keeps his cool. Waze takes control from the ramp and wipes him out completely. The superior rating is starting to assert itself. What an absolute miracle! He survives on a single point of health to close out the series. Honestly, looking at the history between these two, I just can't believe it. He really fought through the fire for that one. What a game. Welcome everyone! Aster and Omnic are stepping into the arena for today's match. Let's see if the favorite can hold his lead. Aster has dominated this pairing with a 78% head-to-head win rate over his career. And since he just beat Omnic in their last encounter today, he's definitely feeling the confidence here. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to break that trend. Omnic needs a big answer now to keep this competitive. Things are swinging back and forth quickly. Omnic is proving that he can hang with the higher rated player today. Omnic edges ahead 3-2 with a huge push. Hard to believe the rating difference right now. And we're all square again. Aster levels it up. It's been a long day already for the lower ranked player. Aster is starting to put some distance between himself and the competition here. The rank gap is showing in the movements right now. He is just taking over now, securing a third straight win without taking a single point of damage. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to shut down the momentum. He's simply refusing to go down without a fight. Absolute chaos in the air. He walks away from that exchange with just a sliver of health left. Omnic is really defying the odds right now. Aster holds the edge with a slim 6-5 lead. The gap in their rankings is really staring us in the face. We go into the break with Aster leading 7-5. Well, it is mostly playing out as the analysts expected. Despite that strong start by Omnic, the top seed is finally pulling ahead on his preferred map. Let's see if the trend holds. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 7-6 lead. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt today. Omnic fights back and we're locked in a dead heat. He's really fighting the uphill battle against the odds here. He's simply untouchable right now, claiming another round without taking a single hit. He wins the duel, bringing us back to a dead heat. His superior overall win rate really starts to act as a safety net here. Aster pulls back in front, moving to 9-8. He's showing why he's sitting so much higher on the ladder. Craziness, Omnic forces a total deadlock at 9 apiece. It's a surprisingly tight battle, given the gap between them on the ladder. Omnic is really starting to seize control of this set, looking very sharp in those last two fights. Fight. Both players were nearly depleted, but Aster somehow edges out the victory. Just a total toss-up now with 3 rounds left. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, taking total control of the pace. His current run of form lately is really starting to surface. Another lightning fast snap, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Omnic stays alive in this series by completely shutting him down. That was an incredibly crisp way to reset the momentum. And there it is. Aster shuts the door and claims the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, nearly erasing that historical advantage. He fought for every single point. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Berserk League duels. Aster and Waze take the stage on fast aim for a very close matchup. Waze came out swinging early, using that ramp position to secure the first lead of the match. Aster has the edge in their long-term history, leading the head-to-head 89 to 84. It's a slim margin, but that confidence is showing in his current form. I wonder if Waze can shake off this early pressure. Aster just claimed the lead, pushing it to 2-1. That's a bit of a turnaround from Waze's strong 80% run recently. Waze claws it back. We are locked at 2-2. It makes sense that he's the favorite coming into this. Aster is really capitalizing on those quick reactions to push his lead forward. The top end of the ladder is definitely fighting for every inch. And we're deadlocked at 3 apiece, a complete stalemate. They're practically identical in the ratings right now. Waze takes a narrow lead, moving ahead 4-3. The momentum has shifted completely. Waze has 3 straight now. He's really justifying that favorite tag right now. He's just unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 4. He is looking incredibly sharp compared to his previous outings today. Waze is simply in total control, picking up his 5th straight victory. The gap in the rating is practically non-existent on the ladder. Finally, a break for Aster, who puts a stop to that slide just before the break. His recent victory over Waze in Italy showed he could do this. Waze holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan for the favorite. He's firmly in a position to close this out. Time to see who blinks first. Aster's higher career win rate at 60%. But Waze is the one playing his best lately with a dominant run in his last 10 matches. It will be interesting to see if that current heat can overcome the long-term stats. He's really digging in now, closing the gap on Waze with another flawless response. What a surge. He's completely wiped out that deficit to level the series. Absolutely lethal timing on that last exchange. Waze gets a clean look and takes him right off the ramp. Just a 10-point difference in their ratings separates these two. Waze is pulling ahead again, now leading 10-8. A very similar energy to their clashes on Italy. He's refusing to back down, continuing this climb to keep things competitive. Clean reset here to keep things tight. Aster keeps the pressure on from the ramp to bring this match all the way back to a deadlock. His timing has been incredibly precise during this comeback. That was nearly instantaneous. Waze just completely snapped Aster's momentum with a flash of brilliance. Absolute grit from Aster to bring this duel completely level. Total deadlock as we enter the final stretch. Waze regains the upper hand and is now just 1 round away from victory. A quick read to put the pressure right back on Aster. Unreal. Waze manages to hold on with a sliver of health to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but that's how you close out a series. Talk about a total battle between two titans. What a fight. Welcome to Dunes for today's match. Waze enters as the strong favorite against Omnic in this high-stakes duel. Waze clearly has the historical advantage here, winning 75% of their lifetime meetings. It's just a matter of whether Omnic can actually keep up with that kind of pressure today. Waze is simply dominating this opening stretch, doubling up. His higher rank on the ladder is certainly showing early. He's just completely in control right now, taking another one without taking a scratch. Omnic shows some real grit here, reacting instantly to shut things down. Waze is just relentless, surging ahead to a 4-1 lead. The A-game we've seen from him lately is definitely showing. What a statement from Omnic, shutting the door on that rally with total precision. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle with a 20% win rate in his recent matches. Well, it explains why the pressure is mounting so quickly. He really needs to find a way to stop this momentum if he wants to avoid a blowout. Waze is back in the driver's seat, stacking up another win to keep the momentum swinging his way. Waze just isn't letting up, securing 4 straight to push his lead to 8-2. Waze has a much more comfortable history overall in these contests. A swift response from Omnic to keep things interesting as we head toward the break. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's just too consistent right now for Omnic to bridge that gap. Time for a total reset. Omnic is clawing back, now trailing by just 3. Waze is having a tough time shaking off that low point today. He's showing serious resolve right now, securing a 2nd straight win to close the gap. Another swift takedown for the underdog. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. He manages to hold the bleeding and reclaim a 2-round lead. His rank really gives him an edge in these critical moments. He's just not letting up, proving that this comeback is very much on track. It's becoming a real scrap as the favorites lose their grip. Waze keeps a slim 2-point cushion for now. Waze has certainly dealt with these high-pressure situations before. He's putting up a hell of a fight, shutting that down in a heartbeat to pull within 1. Incredible. He has forced a deadlock at 10-all, refusing to break under the pressure. Absolutely effortless. He keeps the streak rolling and takes the lead. What a clash. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Waze barely managed to survive the chaos to tie it up. Another sharp connection from Waze, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. What a display of nerves. Omnic manages to force the tie, taking this entire series into over... The tension is reaching a boiling point as we head into overtime. Waze has certainly had the upper hand in their long history. Total composure from the underdog here, proving he is far from finished in this grueling series. What a response. He keeps the pressure high, moving his lead to 14-13. Absolutely untouchable. He's now just 1 round away from completing this incredible recovery. The momentum has shifted entirely toward the trailing side now. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out to secure a staggering comeback victory. I can't believe we just saw that. He just defied every single stat to pull off the impossible. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on orange, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Aster has dominated this particular matchup with a 78% win rate over time, and honestly, that historical gap usually translates into an early psychological edge for the favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually close that gap today. Unbelievable. Aster barely survives that absolute war of attrition to claw back the lead. Omnic is really struggling to find his footing at 3-1. He's certainly playing like the higher ranked player in this set. Just a walk in the park for him. That's 3 straight. The gap in their ladder positions is becoming very apparent. Absolutely crushing it now. He's on a tear with 4 consecutive rounds in the bag. Whoa, that was an absolute brawl. Aster barely manages to survive with his life to keep the streak alive. Omnic finally puts up a fight and takes the exchange. The gap in their ratings makes this an uphill battle for the underdog. Aster has a serious historical advantage here with those 129 total wins over Omnic. He's effectively owned this matchup for a long time. It really makes you wonder if Omnic can even find a way back into this. Aster is completely running away with this, sitting comfortably at 8-3. He's definitely putting up a more spirited fight than we saw in their last meeting. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's simply too strong for Omnic on this particular map. Let's see if Omnic can adjust. Aster's just ruthless, putting him up 10-3. Aster looks remarkably consistent after that tough defeat to Waze earlier. Omnic gets no. He's coming into this set with some momentum from that big victory over Waze. Omnic is putting up some real resistance here, refusing to let Aster just walk away with the set. He's found a second wind, outclassing his opponent yet again to extend that run. Aster responds quickly to stop that run, extending his grip on the lead. That's a completely effortless takedown to put the pressure squarely on the opponent. Omnic secures a clean kill to keep the fight alive. He's definitely showing more grit than in their previous meetings. What a finish! He digs deep in that chaotic exchange to seal the deal and take the match. He just looks too comfortable here. Aster really knows exactly how to shut down his opponent on this map. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Waze facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster generally holds the edge in this rivalry with 89 total wins. It's interesting because the momentum has shifted lately. Waze is carrying a bit of confidence after their most recent victory in the series. Waze is really cooking right now, leading 2-1. The matchup just feels very evenly paired based on our rating. Waze is really starting to stack up the rounds here. This early lead puts a lot of pressure on Aster. Waze just shuts this down completely, taking a huge stride forward in the series. He is just too quick for him right now, extending that streak to 4. He's really validating those pre-match odds right now. He is completely untouchable right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. Aster finally puts a stop to that run, bringing the tally to 2-6. Waze has spent most of his day in a strong spot with 22 wins already. It's a great sign of form that's translating directly into this set. He's showing a lot of confidence right now. Waze is commanding this set with a 7-3 lead. Aster is fighting to keep his head-to-head lead secure. Waze is firmly in control at 7-4. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss on fast aim. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. While everything is unfolding exactly as we anticipated heading into this set, Waze is purely in control and looks comfortable since the start. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Aster is closing the gap, making it 5-8 now. A very tight gap between these two in the ranks. That was a total shutdown, and he's now stacking up a strong push to get back into this game. Unbelievable. Waze barely survives that trade, escaping with a single point of health remaining. Aster refuses to go away, securing another round to keep the pressure on. Waze holds a commanding 10-7 advantage. It's a great way to follow up his earlier victory on fast aim. He's really digging in now, putting up another fight to keep this series alive. He's certainly making his case as the underdog here. The speed of these reactions is just wild. Waze is really capitalizing on those split-second opens today. What a clean shot. He is refusing to let the lead slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to seal this. Aster just refuses to buckle, stacking up another round to keep this comeback alive. Everything is on the line now for the Waze answers right back with a perfect shot to put his opponent on the ropes. The higher seeds usually find a way to close these out. Aster keeps the dream alive with a lightning fast reflex shot, narrowing the gap to just 1. And there it is. Waze closes the door with a crisp final shot to secure the... Aster put up an incredible fight to push it this far, but he just couldn't find that last bit of luck. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Waze are stepping onto Mapas, though Waze enters this one as the clear favorite. Waze has won 74% of their head-to-head matchups over time, and that historical dominance is clearly showing in the early exchanges. It really puts the pressure on Omnic to prove his recent victory over Waze was just a fluke. Absolutely untouchable. He just secured a third straight victory without letting a single bullet land. He holds his ground and earns a tough victory, showing some real guts to stay in this contest. Still heavily favored to wrap this up quickly. Wow! He barely hangs on after a fierce shootout from the ramp to take the lead. The higher rated player is really asserting his authority today. What a wild brawl. Both players were shredded, but Omnic managed to keep his composure and claw back another round. He's really forcing a gritty fight now. Waze was just too quick, utilizing that ramp position to secure a lightning-fast victory. Holy smokes, Waze barely survives a brutal trade from the ramp to pull ahead again. He's certainly capitalizing on his superior experience on this map. He's back in control, shutting down any hope of a comeback with a lightning-fast reflex play. A total shutout. Waze is just completely dismantling everything in his path right now. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp, securing another win before they switch sides. The favorite's grip is starting to slip just a bit. Waze leads 8-4, right? This is exactly what we anticipated coming into the series. The gap in skill is apparent, but Omnic needs to step up his game to keep this from ending quickly. Time to see if Omnic responds. Waze is currently putting up a strong 22-14 record today. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this specific set. He has the odds and the raw stats on his side, so it's really a matter of whether Omnic can find some consistency here. He out-duels his opponent right there on the ramp to regain complete control. The gap in rating is really evident at this stage. Unbelievable. He just completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt. A near perfect sequence to put the pressure right back on. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to the head, taking the whole match. It's a total statement win from the higher seat to put any doubts to rest today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. What a nail biter. Aster barely edges out a victory after a chaotic trade of fire. Pure chaos on the ramp. Both players fought for that high ground, but Omnic came out on top. He's definitely fighting through that rating deficit. Aster holds a massive 130-36 head-to-head advantage over the course of their history. It's clear that a psychological weight is shifting onto Omnic's shoulders here. We'll see if he can find a way to break that trend. Omnic is starting to close the gap, completely disregarding Aster's height advantage that round. A huge shift in momentum for the number 36 seed. Aster really used that ramp to his advantage to secure another round. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Aster is just putting on a show, cleaning up a quick victory from the ramp to extend his lead. He's completely in control now, raining down fire from the ramp to extend the lead. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a huge step toward victory with that clean shot. His ranking advantage is really showing through right now. Another effortless exchange from the ramp, and the momentum is firmly in his favor. The skill gap is proving way too wide for Omnic tonight. A quick response from Omnic to slow things down as we approach the break. A well-timed recovery to end the first half on a high. Aster takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. That 5-round run really cemented his control over the map today. Time to see if Omnic adjusts. Aster has a combined 2014 record over the last day, which makes this sudden slide even more surprising. So yeah, it's rare to see him drop 3 rounds in a row when he's usually so consistent. The question now is if Omnic can actually keep this momentum going. He's truly in the flow now, picking up another quick winner to put the pressure right back on Aster. It's a completely different story than the pre-match expectations. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A clean answer from the top seed to regain the advantage. A solid recovery for the higher seeded player. Omnic is refusing to back down, ending this encounter with a fast, precise shot to even the map. Showing some serious grit here, taking a lead for the first time since the start. The underdog is simply refusing to fade away. Aster manages to pull a clean shot on him while he's holding the ramp, bringing this right back to a stalemate. Omnic stays composed, quickly shutting down the exchange to maintain his slim lead. Incredible grit from Aster to scrape through that fight and knock him off the ramp. Just seeing a huge battle of wills from the lower ranked player. What a total shutdown. Omnic looks completely locked in as he pushes to 12. It's a complete reversal of how this set started. Absolutely sensational. He manages to secure a flawless round and forces this clash into overtime. What a statement. Omnic holds the high ground on the ramp to take a massive lead. It's a total flip of the script from how this started. He simply refuses to let up, moving his lead to 14-12 in this frantic overtime. He's really starting to dictate the pace of this overtime. Aster is really making him earn every single one of these rounds in overtime. Aster is really starting to build some momentum here, clearing Omnic right off that ramp. Just reminding us why he sits comfortably in the top half of the ladder. He is absolutely on fire, just crossing the line to reach 15. That was an incredibly crisp reset by the underdog. He finds his footing again, securing a crucial tie at 15-15 from the ramp. Just a complete standstill now as they head into the final stretch. Omnic takes a gripping 16-15 lead right here. And we are tied up again at 16 apiece. Aster claws back ahead, taking a narrow 17-16 lead. Omnic has really struggled to keep up with him in their last few meetings. Absolute deadlock at 17. All these two are identical. The tension is just off the charts right now. Aster jumps back in front by a single point. The consistency is just a night and day difference right now. Absolute madness. We are deadlocked at 18 apiece. Aster edges ahead again, clutching a slim 19-18 lead. Omnic answers back perfectly to bring this to 19-19. Aster pulls ahead by 1 to take the 2019 lead. The gap in their overall records is staring them both in the face. Aster claims a 2-point cushion as we hit round 40. The composure is exactly what we'd expect from the top half of the board. Omnic just barely keeps pace, trailing 21-20. Both of these players are showing a shocking amount of resilience. Aster extends his gap to a 2-round lead. He really had to sweat for this one, but he keeps that historic streak moving. Omnic showed so much heart pushing this into a deep overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on red line. Waze enters as the slight favorite today. Aster really owns the historical edge in this rivalry with 89 total wins over Waze. Well, it's a tight race, but he's definitely the one who knows how to push the advantage when these two collide. I wonder if he can build on that early momentum. He just can't find an answer. That's a perfect start for the leading player. Incredible! He survives with a sliver of health to secure this 5th consecutive round. He just keeps pushing, picking him right off the ramp to open a huge gap. Waze had the upper hand in their most recent meeting. Finally, Waze manages to trade a blow and get a round on the board. The higher rated man is starting to wake up. Aster is really asserting himself here, and that ramp position gave him exactly the angle he needed to shut things down. Aster has maintained a strong 20-14 record over the last day. It's clearly translated into a massive confidence boost for him in this specific match. It will be interesting to see if Waze can recover from this depth. The momentum is completely on his side as he heads into the break with a 10-1 lead. The higher rank barely seems to matter today. Aster takes a massive 11-1 lead. Well, this is a total reversal of what we expected to see from the favorite. Waze looks completely lost right now, while Aster plays flawlessly. Waze needs a total reset here. Aster holds his ground on the ramp to put himself just one round away from victory. Waze just can't find any stability to stop this slide. Absolute dominance, Aster closes out the final round to secure the victory. He just couldn't get a footing in that series. Waze's day is getting worse by the minute. Welcome to the arena. Omnic takes on the heavily favored Waze in today's 1v1 rifle battle. Waze holds a massive 175 to 60 lead in their lifetime head-to-head. It's clear he's the historical powerhouse in this rivalry. We'll see if that psychological edge helps him recover after a slow start to the set. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The veteran is showing a bit more poise now. Waze is really struggling to find his footing here, and this is getting a bit dangerous for him. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but Omnic just barely comes out on top. This looks way different than that last 13-4 beatdown they had. An absolute slugfest of a round, but the momentum stays firmly with him. He's really fighting against his ranking today. Waze finally finds a way through, narrowing the gap slightly. His recent matches show why he's a top 20 threat on the ladder. Omnic is putting up a massive performance today, especially considering he's only won about 27% of his career matches. It's a huge departure from his usual patterns. He's effectively ignoring his history here to put Waze in a really tough spot. Omnic Nick is dominating this a huge 7-3 lead. It's a bit more forgiving now that he's back in the game. Waze is finally starting to claw back a few rounds here. That 17th seed in our rating is finally waking up. Omnic holds a strong 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, this is a total shocker. He's playing far above his number 36 ranking right now, leaving the favorite completely out of step. Time to see if the lead holds. Waze secures another one, making it 8-5 now. His recent form suggests this resurgence was bound to happen. Omnic extends his grip on the series to 9-5. The gap in their ratings is barely a factor right now. The rounds are flying by now. Neither of these two is giving an inch of space. Omnic just pushed it to 10-6, putting Waze under pressure. The momentum has completely shifted since that last head-to-head. What a frantic exchange. He barely holds on for the win in that absolute war of attrition. He's certainly putting that 22-14 daily record to use. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he just squeezed out the victory. He's simply refusing to let Waze build any real momentum right now. Waze simply cannot find any answers for this level of aggression. A quick response from Waze to keep the dream alive. That was a sharp read on the angle. Tidy play by Waze to maintain this current run. That's a strong look for the challenger right now. Absolute perfection on the final shot to close out the series. He really played his heart out today to take down one of the toughest opponents in the league. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off today on Italy. Aster has been an absolute nightmare for Omnic with a 78% win rate in their head-to-heads. That long-term dominance usually translates to confidence, and it looked like he was fully in control during that first engagement. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find any answers today. Omnic edges ahead, clutching a narrow 3-2 lead. Omnic is just cruising now with a 4-2 advantage. Definitely not the result we expected from the highest seed. Goodness, what a scrap! He barely manages to stay standing by a single point of health. Quite the turnaround compared to their last fight on fast aim. Aster is showing some real grit here, shutting down that momentum shift with an effortless kill. He's definitely playing like the heavier favorite this match. Wow, what an absolute brawl. He barely scrapes through that encounter, refusing to let the lead slip further. What a chaotic exchange. Both of them were nearly empty, but he manages to secure the kill. A total shutdown as he secures another win, keeping himself in the game heading into the final round of the half. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this is surprisingly close for a match where Aster enters as the big favorite. Both players are holding their ground, and it'll be a battle of nerves for the second half. Fresh start for both of them. That was an absolute dogfight, but he just refuses to break and takes the lead. He's really asserting himself as the stronger player today. Omnic strikes back and we are tied at 7-0. It's a surprising look for the rank 36 player. Aster just refuses to fold and takes another one, continuing his steady climb back into the match. And we are back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. It's a surprising level of consistency for someone currently ranked 36th. A lightning fast reaction there to reclaim the lead and keep the pressure mounting. Another flawless encounter for the leader, who simply looks too strong to shake right now. A wild exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent to push the lead to 11-8. It is becoming a steep climb for the lower seeded player. He's simply unstoppable right now, and just one more round puts him in the winner's circle. It is a huge contrast to that close fight he had against Geno. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to close out the series. He really found his footing after that early scare and just ran away with it in the second half. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Aster holds a massive 74% win rate here, which is a huge contrast to the way Waze has performed on this specific map. Well, it's a tough spot for the favorite to be in, given how poor his personal history is on this layout. Aster is pulling away now, leading by a single round. Waze really needs a strong showing after that tough loss on red line. These early rounds are flying by. Neither player is giving the other an inch of space. Aster is absolutely dominating with a 4-1 lead. The underdog is clearly in control right now. Aster is just too fast, extending the lead to 5-1. The head-to-head lead for Aster is really starting to show. He's on fire right now, scoring 4 straight points in a row. Waze usually finds a way to pull through in these kinds of series. He's completely unstoppable right now, moving to 7 straight rounds won. The favorite is really struggling to get any momentum going. Waze finally earns a point, putting a halt to that run. Waze has been playing a lot of matches today. Aster has that huge head-to-head lead of 90 wins over Waze. And it's clearly weighing on this series after that dominant win he had on red line earlier today. We're seeing that psychological advantage translate directly into this lead. Unbelievable, Aster manages to scrape through a brutal fight with barely any health left. He's just refusing to give an inch today. Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, Waze was expected to come out on top, but he looks completely lost right now. Aster is just outclassing him in every single exchange. Time for Waze to wake up. What a nail biter. He practically walks away with no blood left in his veins. He's simply a cut above in these high pressure situations. Waze is just completely out of sync here. Aster has everything under control as we head into the final stretch. Another effortless kill, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. This is getting out of hand for the guy we expected to win. Smashes through the final round to close out the series. He's absolutely cruising through the day, just effortlessly dismantling whatever Waze tried to throw at him. Welcome everyone to Berserk League duels. We have Omnic and Waze facing off on map pass, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Waze has consistently been the superior player in this pairing, winning 74% of their head-to-head matches. He's certainly looking to maintain that historical dominance today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep the pressure on, given their last meeting ended in a loss. Waze is just completely taken over, securing another fast kill to put himself up 3-0. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who looks entirely untouchable right now. A real scrap there, but he manages to come out on top for a 5th straight. Waze is really showing the gap between their respective ranks here. Waze simply refuses to let up, cutting him down off the ramp for a 6th straight. He's definitely making the most of that rating advantage. Finally, a break for Omnic, who quickly shuts him down on the ramp. He's certainly showing that he can trade blows with the favorite. Waze has stayed remarkably consistent throughout the day, coming in with a 2016 record over the last few hours. That steady hand is exactly why he's comfortably in control of this set. It's looking like the odds were spot on here. Waze is practically cruising now with an 8-1 lead. A bit of a struggle for the number 36 spot today. He managed to outlast his opponent in a chaotic firefight, putting a definitive end to the comeback attempt. Another clean shot from the ramp, just completely dismantling Omnic's resistance. Waze goes into the break with a massive 11-1 lead. He is playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. Omnic needs a complete turnaround if he wants to stay in this map. Time for a total reset. That was a grueling trade, but Waze barely scrapes through to put himself on the verge of victory. Tough break for the underdog, who just can't find a way through. Tough trade of shots here, but Omnic manages to outlast him to keep the game going. That's a sudden shift in energy from the underdog. Omnic is staying frosty, catching him right off that ramp to keep the fight alive. He's really putting some pressure on the front runner now. He's completely locked in now, securing a 3rd straight win to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable! He has completely stalled the closing momentum, claiming a 4th straight point. He is simply not going away, pushing this incredible run to 5 straight wins. Absolute confidence from the underdog right now. What a finish. Waze shuts the door on the comeback with a perfect shot from the ramp. He really lived up to the hype, putting on a show and getting exactly the result he needed today. Welcome everyone. You've got a great matchup on Redline today as Aster takes on Omnic in this head-to-head battle. Aster gets the first one in the books with a quick read from the ramp. Expected start for the higher ranked player here. Aster is just too sharp today, shutting Omnic down even with the high ground. The head-to-head history heavily favors the frontrunner here. Omnic trails by 1 and needs a huge response. The underdog is putting up a real fight today. Aster is really dominating the pace here, just erasing Omnic's brief momentum with that ramp play. We'll be right back with more action from Redline after a very quick technical break. And we are back live on Redline with Aster leading Omnic 3-1. Aster is putting on a show, completely disregarding the altitude advantage Omnic tried to use there. The skill difference is showing clearly in these opening exchanges. Omnic stays aggressive here, cleaning up the exchange to keep this fight alive. A solid bit of resilience from the underdog here. Another fast reaction from Omnic, who is refusing to back down in this series. Aster has a huge historical advantage here, leading their overall head-to-head matches 132-36. It shows why the favorite is putting so much pressure on Omnic right now. I wonder if that gap in experience is just too wide to overcome. Omnic just shuts him down on that ramp, continuing this impressive surge as we head into the final round of the half. Aster takes a narrow 6-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a tighter game than the ranking suggested. Omnic is staying competitive even though Aster owns the head-to-head history here. Let's see who finds their rhythm. Aster pulls back ahead, extending that cushion to 7-5. It's a reflection of the rating difference we see on the ladder. A perfectly executed shot, and he's keeping this challenge alive. This really is a toss-up now. A fast set of shots puts the score level, completely erasing the earlier gap. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread and takes his third straight to move ahead. Talk about a complete shift in energy. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Incredible. Aster manages to claw back the lead in a desperate slugfest, surviving with practically nothing left. Aster holds a thin edge now at 9-8. A rough stretch of games for the lower seeded player today. And he's completely leveled the playing field, bringing the score back to a dead heat. The pressure is clearly getting to the favorite right now. Omnic secures another from the ramp, continuing this impressive recovery. A real fight on his hands now. This is starting to look like a complete upset. Aster manages to shut him down from the ramp to bring this all the way back to a draw. This feels exactly like their last outing in Italy. Aster has the momentum back in his favor and he's looking very dangerous right now. What a turnaround! He's now sitting on match point after sweeping through this latest sequence. It's a brutal spot for him after such a fierce rally. Unreal. He survives a brutal firefight to close out the match and secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit, but those late game clutch plays were just too consistent. He really had to earn this one, hard fought to win. Welcome to the Dunes. Aster and Waze are facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster enters this as the favorite after an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it's certainly playing into his confidence since he's already on a 5-game tier. Let's see if Waze can break that streak early. Aster holds a slim lead, taking the score to 2-1. He's definitely looking for some revenge after that rough defeat on Orange. Waze has completely flipped the momentum here, erasing that early lead in no time. Waze is just untouchable right now, claiming a third straight round to take a 3-2 lead. Unbelievable, he barely survives that trade, clawing out a victory with almost nothing left. Just an absolute blitz. He's keeping the pressure on with 5 consecutive wins. He's just not slowing down, putting together a 6-round streak. A complete reversal from their last meet on Orange. He's just in total control now, extending the streak to 7 straight. He's completely overturned the result from their match on Orange. Simply effortless. That's 8 on the trot for Waze. He finally finds his footing, securing a quick point before they switch sides. Waze takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Everything is going exactly as predicted here. He's outplaying Aster and looks completely comfortable with the map. Time to see a response. Aster has really shifted gears, netting 3 straight wins to chip away at that lead. Well, he seems to be leaning into his experience against this particular opponent. He holds a narrow lead in their overall history, and he looks quite comfortable putting that advantage to use right now. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, taking 3 straight to narrow the gap to just 1. A quick exchange there, and Waze manages to hold the slide. The higher rated player is suddenly staring at a 2-round deficit. Waze maintains a 3-round cushion, leading 10-7. He's certainly erasing the memory of that blowout on Orange. He's back in the driver's seat now, putting together another 3-round burst. Waze is definitely making up for that loss earlier today. What a shutdown. He just puts himself in a position to end this whole thing. Huge stand by Aster to keep himself in the fight right here. It's a grim fight for him, but he refuses to go down easily. He refuses to break, finding another way to stay alive in this series. Pure grit from the underdog to stay in this series. What a run. He's now taken 3 straight to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum has completely shifted as we head into the final stretch. And there it is. Waze shuts the door with a perfect final kill to secure the victory. Aster fought back so hard for that to slip away. He almost stole the match after that rough start. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Waze taking on Omnic, and the favorite looks strong going into this match. Waze has an overwhelming 74% win rate when facing this opponent. Well, this is clearly a matchup where he's held the upper hand historically. We'll see if Omnic can actually put together a consistent run this time. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's putting together a very solid day so far. Things are tightening up. We've got a dead heat here as the early exchange settles. Omnic has snatched the lead, sitting comfortably at 3-2. And we are all square now at 3-all. He's managed to keep his momentum going through a heavy day of matches. Waze is starting to put some real pressure on him, taking complete control of the pace here. A complete shutdown to keep the run alive, moving his lead to 5-3. Waze is playing with plenty of confidence coming into this. Omnic answers back quickly to narrow the gap. A tough stretch lately for him with that recent loss to Aster. Waze has a positive 21-15 record over the last day, and honestly, that consistency is showing in how he's managing the flow of this game. He seems to be in great form right now, which makes it very difficult for Omnic to claw back into this. Waze heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage, and honestly, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's utilizing his superior map experience here to keep Omnic on the defensive. Fresh start for Omnic now. Omnic just picks one up, trailing 5-8. He's fighting an uphill battle given that rating difference. Another fast response here, showing real grit as the gap continues to shrink. The gap between these two is closing fast. He's on fire right now, taking 3 straight to bring this game right back into contention. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Waze shuts that door immediately, putting a stop to the run. Waze keeps a healthy 3-round cushion at 10-7. Waze looks totally comfortable against a lower ranked opponent today. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he manages to survive the exchange and secure another win. The lower seed just can't find a way to keep a lead tonight. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a swift pick. He's definitely fighting through a brutal slump. He's proving incredibly tough to put away, continuing this impressive surge. He's certainly making this more interesting than the odds suggested. Waze withstands a heavy burst to secure the win and moves within reach of the victory. That's exactly why he entered this server as the heavy favorite. And that's it. Waze secures the final blow to claim the victory. Omnic definitely held his own for a while, but those high impact moments just didn't go his way today. Welcome everyone, Aster and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Aster entering the match as the heavy favorite. Aster has completely dominated this matchup historically with a win rate of 79%. It's surprising to see the underdog taking a lead right out of the gate. We just need to see if Omnic can actually sustain this pressure. Aster bounces back fast to hold a narrow 2-1 lead. Complete shutdown there, and he's now claimed 3 straight. This look is very similar to their 13-11 clash earlier today. Omnic takes control from the ramp to keep things competitive. A big response from the 36th ranked player in the league. What a fight. He barely escapes with his life to take a 2-round lead. He's really trying to shake off that recent loss to Waze. Aster currently holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 130 of their total encounters. So yeah, the skill gap on the ladder is really starting to show. Aster is comfortably dictating the pace of this server. Aster is looking really comfortable from that ramp position as he builds a 3-round lead. He's showing exactly why he's ranked so much higher on our ladder. A completely clean exchange, and he's continuing to push back into this game. He's definitely refusing to let this game slide away. A second straight for Omnic, showing a lot of grit as he closes the gap before the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as we anticipated. He is definitely the stronger player here, though Omnic is putting up a decent fight. Time to see if the tide turns. He's refusing to buckle, putting up another strong fight to keep this series very close. He's really starting to close that gap in overall quality. Aster pulls ahead by 2 and is reclaiming control. The rating gap is definitely playing a role in these exchanges. Unbelievable. He claws his way back from the brink to keep the momentum swinging in his favor. That was way too close for comfort on his. Aster manages to edge out a 2-round advantage. He's currently sitting in the top 15 of our rating. He digs deep and secures the edge from the ramp to keep this pursuit alive. Another rapid trade as we head deeper into the second half. Absolute chaos as Aster barely survives a brutal slugfest to put his opponent down from the ramp. Omnic puts together a perfect round to keep this fight going. A huge mental shift as the deficit shrinks to just 1. And he keeps moving, tying this game up and proving he can stand his ground. Absolute deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking full control of this series. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this encounter. A swift reaction there to bring the series back to a dead heat. He's showing incredible resilience to push the score to 12-11, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable. He claws through a brutal fight to seal the deal and complete this incredible comeback. Talk about a total shocker. He's just broken a long losing streak in the most spectacular way possible. He really earned that victory. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Aster and Waze facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a slight edge with a 91-87 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's fighting uphill now since he lost their most recent encounter. We'll see if he can actually use that overall record to get back into this. Waze is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. It's looking like the pre-match expectations are playing out. These two are practically mirroring each other right now. We are looking at a total deadlock. Waze is surging ahead now, leading 3-2. He's really capitalizing on this run of form right now. Aster claws back just in time to tie it up. The favorite is feeling the pressure now. Aster is really finding his footing now, putting together a nice little run to seize control of the series. Aster looks untouchable right now, having just completely shut down his opponent for a third straight round. Waze finally answers back after a wild exchange of fire. Waze looks like he's staying sharp after those strong results today. Pure chaos as Aster brings us back to a dead heat. He's really showing why he entered this as the favorite. Waze is just too fast right now, picking up another one to keep the momentum rolling. He's looking very confident after those last few series. We are all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Aster is proving he can hold his own despite being the underdog. It'll be interesting to see who blinks first on the switch. Time to see who's sharper. Waze just edges ahead to take a 7-6 lead. He's really riding a wave of confidence after that dominant run today. Aster strikes back to make it a 7-7 stalemate. He's really fighting to shake off those recent losses. That was an incredibly quick trade. Waze is really putting the pace on him today. Waze has a strong 22-13 record across his matches today. And that momentum is really carrying over into this set. He's effectively outclassing Aster right now, regardless of what the historical map percentages say. Waze is pulling away with a commanding 10-8 lead. They are trading blows at a frantic pace, and we are now just one round away from a complete tie. Waze is putting on a real clinic right now, consistently winning those quick reflex fights. Waze is really making a case for that favorite tech today. This has turned into a real seesaw battle, with neither player able to put together a consecutive win for several rounds now. Gritty brawl that barely saw anyone standing, but Waze manages to scrape through to reach match point. A real nail-biter of an exchange there. What a huge moment. Aster shuts the door on that match point attempt to stay alive. Absolutely cold-blooded to pull that off under this much pressure. What a finish. Waze secures a clean final kill to close out the series. He really pushed through the toughest moments here. Waze finally settles the score and takes the lead in their long-term rivalry, a battle of wills. Omnic is playing the spoiler right now, clearly not intimidated by the ratings gap. Waze is fighting back hard to keep things deadlocked. A tough road for the lower rated man in a long history of clashes. Waze edges ahead, holding a slim lead over Omnic. He's entering this match with an incredible 4-game winning streak. He just can't stop the bleeding, getting picked off the ramp to let Waze extend the run. He's certainly playing to his usual advantage in this head-to-head. Waze takes full control from the ramp, putting his opponent completely on his heels. A fierce exchange that ends in another victory for Waze, who is simply untouchable right now. Waze leads 5-2 at the break. The results are lining up exactly how we thought they would. His huge historical advantage in this matchup is showing through clearly right now. Time for a fresh start. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on after an absolute brawl to extend his lead. The 20-point gap in ratings really comes through in these exchanges. Waze has won 74% of their head-to-head clashes over the years. It's clear he's used to controlling the tempo when he faces Omnic. The real question now is if the higher seed can regain his composure before this slip-up becomes a trend. Omnic is really staying in this, quickly reacting to clear ways of that ramp. Waze is cruising with an 8-4 grip on this series. His recent form has been a nightmare for anyone facing him. Omnic trails by 3 and needs a spark. A tough day so far for him, sitting at 924 total. A sharp exchange on the ramp as he secures another round to keep the pressure climbing. A complete role reversal from the start of this set. What a surge! He closes out another round without losing a single point of health. A close fight that ultimately goes his way to keep the momentum shifting. The 16 seed is quickly getting his confidence back. Waze is really hammering home his advantage now, effortlessly picking his spots to widen this lead. A lightning fast peek from the favorite ends this exchange instantly. Waze is simply on fire, shutting the door on that brief comeback and moving a single step closer to victory. He really showed some grit there, digging himself out of a hole to close it out. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a quick duel between Aster and Omnic. Aster is definitely the favorite here. Aster has an incredible 78% success rate against Omnic across their entire history, so yeah, it's a massive gap that usually leads to a quick finish. The real question is if Omnic can put up a fight after their narrow victory in the last pairing. He's absolutely cruising now with a third straight victory. Omnic really needs to bounce back after a tough 9 and 25 day. Unreal. Both players were nearly out of health, but he clutched through the chaos to take a huge lead. Omnic answers back immediately, keeping this set well within reach. He has to dig deep, being so far down the ladder. He's refusing to go away, taking another round to close the gap. The pressure is mounting on the former favorite to regain control. Aster is holding on to a significant lead in the overall score. It's clear he's using that raw skill gap to keep the momentum in his favor. I wonder if he can put this away before Omnic finds another opening. That was a bloodbath, but he manages to outlast his opponent to maintain the lead. He's proving why he sits much higher on our rating list. He is just untouchable right now, completing a clean sweep of the last 4 encounters. He is completely in command here, securing another victory without taking a single point of damage. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is going exactly as planned for the higher seeded player. He's just outclassing everything Omnic is throwing at him right now. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. Aster stays ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-3. The depth of skill on the ladder is on full display. Aster is just too fast for him. These exchanges are ending in the blink of an eye. A tough spot for the number 36 spot to claw back from. Just one more to go for Aster after that clean sequence. Totally shut him down with a quick flick there. What a finish. He secures the final point with a pristine shot to close out the series. That's a massive bounce back for the favorite after the tough loss he took in their previous encounter. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got an exciting matchup today on Mapas as Aster takes on Waze. A quick start for Aster, who used that ramp to get the jump on Waze. Waze is entering this as the slight favorite today. Waze manages to react quicker this time and shuts down Aster right as he tries to peek from the ramp. Both players are comfortably sitting in the top half of our rating. Aster actually leads their head-to-head total 91 to 88. But Waze seems to have the psychological edge since he won their most recent encounter. He's carrying that confidence into these early rounds today. Waze is simply taking over here, securing another quick victory to build a commanding lead. He certainly looked sharper in his last few outings. Aster enters back with a precise shot to keep this close. Their ratings are virtually identical, keeping this a complete toss-up. Waze is really controlling the pace here, taking advantage of that high ground on the ramp. Aster is making things very difficult for Waze by effectively utilizing that ramp to secure the round. Waze is really putting the pressure on now, utilizing that ramp to keep the lead. The historical map advantage isn't showing for Aster today. Waze is on a high note right now with a 5-win streak over his last 10 matches. It's an impressive run of form that's making him look very comfortable in the lead. I wonder if Aster can find a way to disrupt this momentum before things get out of hand. What a fast shot. He's certainly showing some grit as he closes the gap before we head into the break. We're all deadlocked at 6-6. It's a toss-up right now, and Aster is proving he can definitely hang with the favorite. He's holding his own perfectly as we head into the switch. Fresh start for both guys. Waze pulls ahead by 1 as we start round 13. Waze is certainly making the most of his current hot streak. He's refusing to back down, fighting his way right back into a dead heat. It's a total deadlock now, giving the underdog a real chance here. Waze just could not be shaken from that ramp, taking full control of the exchange. An absolute laser from Aster, erasing any lead Waze had to leave us dead even. Complete deadlock as the momentum shifts back and forth. Waze edges ahead by a single round here. That ranking gap is tiny, but the pressure is definitely building. He is showing incredible grit, erasing the deficit entirely to bring us back to a deadlock. Waze is really making that high ground count, securing the narrow lead with a quick reaction from the ramp. Waze is just outclassing him in these rapid fire exchanges right now. Waze is really putting that recent 70% success rate on display. Waze really holds his ground here, snatching the round back and putting himself just one step away from the win. Waze is simply untouchable, closing this out with a huge finish to claim the series. He's just on a different level right now, fighting off everything Aster threw at him to secure the win. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic taking on Waze, though the favorite is looking very strong today. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives that chaotic exchange, clinging to a single point of health to take the first. Waze holds a massive historical advantage here, winning 74% of their head-to-head meetings. It's easy to see why that confidence is showing in his play today. He's just completely in control of this server. Omnic is really dominating, pushing a commanding 3-1 lead. Waze is really pushing back now, narrowing that gap as the match settles in. Omnic is just relentless, now sitting pretty at 4-2. Omnic is just running away with this, 5-2. He's refusing to go away, showing a lot of heart to claw back another one. He's finally starting to look like the pre-match favorite. Omnic has really struggled today, coming into this with an 8-25 record over the last day. Well, that poor form makes this sudden lead even more surprising. Waze is going to be feeling the pressure to get this back on track. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a 7-4 lead. It's a complete flip from their previous encounter on red line. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, we are definitely looking at a shocker here despite the rankings gap. He is outplaying the favorite and refusing to give an inch. Waze needs a big wake-up call. Omnic is absolutely flying, stretching the lead to 8-5. His recent streak of wins usually makes him tough to crack. Omnic just keeps climbing, now sitting at 9-5. He's playing with a lot of confidence despite that lower rank. Waze is starting to put the brakes on this run. He's clearly not letting the game slip away. He's proving incredibly stubborn, putting together another strong sequence to narrow the gap. Absolutely lethal. He just cannot be stopped right now as the comeback gain seriously picks up speed. What a turnaround. He's finally erased the deficit, leveling the score at 9-9. A quick trade of shots and he secures a 1-round lead. The momentum is shifting away from the high-rated player. What a response. He finds the perfect shot to bring the series back to a dead heat. Waze continues his charge, firmly seizing control of the lead again. That was a lightning-fast exchange to reclaim the lead. A total shutout. He's just completely in his own world now, leaving Omnic in the dust. And there it is. Waze closes out the series with a spectacular comeback to take the victory. He really stared down the barrel of a defeat there. Omnic kept him on his toes until the very end. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Aster and Omnic stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Aster has a dominant head-to-head record with 134 wins over Omnic. And honestly, that gap is mirrored perfectly by the current ranking disparity between the two. This is exactly the kind of situation where Omnic needs to prove he can break a cycle of losses. Aster holds a slim lead as we move forward. He's been finding success in most of their meetings. Aster is putting on some serious pressure early on, quickly climbing to a 2-round advantage. Omnic is fighting back, trailing by just a single round. The lower ranked player is showing some serious grit here. Aster is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. He has definitely looked stronger in their recent runs. Aster is looking sharp today, having put up a 19-16 record in the last 24 hours. It's a strong contrast to Omnic, who has really struggled in his recent matches. His momentum shift is putting a lot of pressure on the underdog. Omnic answers back immediately to keep this fight competitive. Omnic stays out of trouble and lands another fast, clean shot to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to look much more comfortable in these exchanges. Aster holds a great spot on the wind to shut down that little mini run from Omnic. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, right? The favorite is keeping things steady as expected. Omnic is barely keeping pace, but is refusing to let this turn into a complete blowout just yet. Let's see if the momentum holds. Aster is starting to really distance himself at 8-5. Omnic is really having a tough run today with that 8-26 total. Another quick reaction from Omnic, who completely shut that attempt down. Another effortless exchange as he continues this impressive climb back into the series. Aster regains a 2-round buffer at 9-7. The top 20 talent is starting to Omnic is staying aggressive, walking away from this fight virtually unscathed. A much needed spark for the man currently trailing in the head-to-head. Aster cements his control with a 10-8 lead. He has a huge career advantage over the opponent, and it shows. Omnic is staying steady, taking this one down with an incredibly fast and effortless exchange. The volatility in these last few rounds has been wild, but Aster is managing to stay ahead in the count. Omnic is digging deep here, securing a perfect exchange to keep this rivalry tight. The gap in the rankings is becoming less obvious here. Aster shuts down the surge and moves into position to close out the series. It feels like the natural order is being restored. Absolute perfection to close it out. Aster secures the final blow and claims the victory. Omnic pushed him to the limit, but that lightning fast reflex at the end just sealed it. He really made the favorite sweat for this one. Hard fought win. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Waze facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Waze came out firing and caught Aster before he could even settle in on that ramp. He looks sharp after putting up 26 wins today. Aster holds a narrow edge in their head-to-head record after over 100 encounters. It's interesting because that historical advantage hasn't quite translated to their most recent meeting. Waze really looks like the one in control of the momentum right now. And just like that, Aster levels things up. Pure precision from Waze, who's easily the hotter hand today. Aster is putting on a real clinic in the early stages here, moving a step closer to a commanding lead. Aster's pulling ahead now with a 4-2 lead. Waze was tipped to take this one, but things are shifting. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a massive 3-round charge into the lead. Aster is just relentless, popping Waze right off that ramp to secure another win. Another incredibly quick reaction from the frontrunner to keep the streak alive. Waze manages to find a gap and knock Aster off the ramp. Waze is definitely playing like the favorite today. Waze entered this matchup with an impressive 26-10 record over the last day. It's clear the pressure is mounting on him now that he's fallen behind in the score. I'm wondering if he can dig deep to avoid a blowout. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the expectations here. Waze is struggling to find an answer after that 5-round run from the underdog. Aster just completely shuts down that angle, taking Waze right off the ramp. Waze is usually the one expected to come out on top here. Aster is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 10-4. Waze had the edge in their last encounter on Mappas. Aster is practically untouchable, now leading 10-5. Aster is just relentless here, quickly picking Waze off the ramp to put an even tighter grip on this series. He's just too quick. Another flawless exchange puts him in a position to end this right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. He secures the final kill and takes the match. He really just stepped up when it mattered, proving those rankings can be deceiving. Waze had all the momentum coming in, but couldn't find a way back. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Waze in today's duel. Waze has won 75% of their lifetime encounters. This massive head-to-head advantage gives him a huge amount of confidence. And it's hard to see where Omnic can find the leverage to turn this around. We'll be right back with more action from the arena after a very quick timeout. And we are back in the action, with Waze holding a one-round lead over Omnic. Goodness, he barely survives. That was a chaotic scramble, but Waze manages to edge it out. He is certainly playing his part as the favorite so far. Waze is absolutely on fire, sweeping through the early stages with a 3-round burst. He's just untouchable right now, taking a perfect 4th round to secure a huge early lead. Omnic finally answers back, putting a halt to that early surge. Coming into this, he struggled a bit with an 825 record today. A flawless exchange for the underdog, who is refusing to let the lead slip away. He's finally found some footing in this matchup. Unreal, he almost went down, but claws back from the brink to secure his 3rd straight win. He's looking remarkably composed while fighting his way back into this. The favorite quickly regains control, putting the score back at 5-3. He is really digging in, keeping this series close as the gap narrows to 1. The gap in skill level isn't showing up in the score right now. Waze is coming into the latter half of the match with high confidence after going 25-11 over the last day. It makes total sense why he's comfortably holding on to this lead. We're seeing that individual momentum translate directly into these rounds. We head into the break with Waze holding a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. Omnic fought back a few times, but Waze is just too consistent right now. Time to switch things up. Omnic keeps hammering away, now trailing by only 3. He's proving that his spot in the bottom 10 doesn't define the match. Waze pulls ahead again, now sitting pretty at 9-5. That ranking gap is starting to feel... Waze is just refusing to let Omnic get any momentum back right now. Waze looks a lot more comfortable than his recent loss to Aster suggests. Momentum has completely shifted again, and that's 3 straight for the leader. It's looking like a repeat of their last clash on Dunes. Total shutdown. He's just one more step away from victory. The pressure is clearly weighing on the lower ranked side. What a hold. Omnic manages to stay alive and keep the dream going. It's a huge mental win for the underdog in this situation. And there it is. Waze closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the win. He's just completely in control here, proving why he's been so dominant in their head-to-head history. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are ready to face off on Mapas for this match. Aster has absolute chaos in this trade. He manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Aster is just too sharp, quickly picking him off that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's really struggling to keep up with the top 20 right now. He clears the ramp out completely, extending his streak to 3 straight. Looking at that 826 record today, things are getting bleak for the underdog. A lightning fast response to end that run. It's still a steep hill to climb for him given his current form. Aster's positioning on the ramp was just too strong there, and he's really putting the pressure on. He just keeps repeating the results from their last meeting. Aster takes a comfortable 9-3 lead. Well, he's just outclassing everything we've seen from Omnic so far. He is fully living up to the hype as the favorite today. Aster has won over 60% of his total matches in this league, and while that usually spells doom for his opponents, this recent round win for Omnic shows he's still fighting. I wonder if this little spark can lead to a larger comeback. Aster holds a commanding 10-5 lead here. He's fighting against a tough historical tie tonight. Omnic is really making a push here, stringing together a few fast rounds in a row. He's desperately needing to find some consistency here. He's completely locked in now, picking up his third straight win in a row. He's putting on a show and defying every pre-match expectation. A quick response from the favorite to halt that surge. He's really showing a gap in class between them. That was a completely one-sided exchange, putting the top seed just a single round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect final round. Omnic showed a lot of heart with that mid-game surge, but he just couldn't find the consistency to close it out. Welcome everyone. We have Aster and Waze facing off on orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster has historically won a larger share of their battles together, leading their head-to-head 92 to 89. It's interesting because Waze is clearly in the better form today. It will be a test to see if he can keep that pressure up. Waze holds the edge as we head into round 3. He's certainly putting his higher rank to use today. Waze is really putting the pressure on early. If he can maintain this pace, he'll wrap this up quickly. Waze is cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. He looks sharp today, putting up a 26-10 record so far. That was lightning fast. Aster is showing some real grit here to close the gap. He's definitely not playing like the underdog today. He's refusing to go away, taking a heavy amount of damage just to secure another win. Waze has to find a way to stabilize his lead. Aster has an incredibly strong 75% win rate on this specific map. It's quite telling that he's currently trailing in the score. It will be interesting to see if that historical comfort kicks in to help him close the gap. Aster just won that with a glimpse of perfection, continuing this steady climb back into the match. He's completely in control right now, putting together another huge sequence as the first half winds down. Just in time to tie things up before the break. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. Aster is keeping him honest, but Waze still holds the upper hand here. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. Waze is comfortably sitting on an 8-5 advantage. That's a strong look for the higher rated player today. Aster is making a real push now, and he just walked away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. Waze is still clinging to a 3-round buffer. Waze is really making his overall high volume of matches work in his favor. He refuses to let the gap widen, picking up another clean round to keep the dream alive. He's simply refusing to back down, taking another seamless round as he claws his way back. Waze still holds a 2-round cushion at 10-8. Aster's 60% overall success rate should keep him in the fight. He's really showing a lot of heart, shutting the door on a potential run to keep this series tight. The trade-offs have been lightning fast recently, and Waze is doing a great job of keeping Aster at arm's length. He's definitely proving why he holds the higher slot on our ladder. Fierce exchange ends with Waze coming out on top, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. That's a really clean way to close it out. He just won't give up, digging in to keep this contest alive. Just a fraction of a second difference in that encounter. And that's it. Waze puts on a display of absolute precision to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single round to pull that off. Tough loss for Aster. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy for a duel between Omnic and Waze, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Waze enters this server with a massive head-to-head advantage, having won 75% of their past encounters. This is an incredibly dominant record to hold over an opponent. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Emotion High absolutely crushing. He's completely taken over early on, securing a huge lead. Emotion High. He's simply on another level right now, not letting up for a second. Emotion High is just totally outclassing everyone in the server, extending that lead to 5-0 Emotion High. The momentum just keeps building as soon as they step into the server. Waze finally gets one on the board with a lightning fast reaction. Omnic has struggled significantly recently, bringing a 7-26 record from the last day into this match. It's quite a difficult spot to be in. Waze is clearly exploiting that lack of confidence right now as the scoreline starts to tighten. What a display of precision! He's just completely shut down any hopes of a lead expansion here. Another quick exchange that goes his way as we approach the break. The rating gap is definitely closing as we hit the break. Emotion High, Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a shock to see the lower rated player on top right now. He really fought back from those early rounds to put himself in a great position. Emotion High. Let's see how they handle the switch. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 8-5. An unexpected shift in form for the rank 37 player. A lightning fast reaction to keep the pressure on and secure another round. He's showing real grit here, securing a clean victory to keep this comeback rolling. Absolutely effortless. He's wiped away that lead to tie the series at 8-8. He doesn't let up, picking up another quick win to keep his lead. Nick is really finding his stride, now leading 10-8. He's putting that huge rating disadvantage behind him. A sharp response there, keeping his hopes alive as he refuses to let the lead slip further. Waze is completely relentless, locking in another effortless frag to even things up. This is turning into a real nail-biter. Neither player is willing to let the other breathe now. A huge shift in confidence for the bottom-tier player. What a fight! He's managed to claw his way back into this, bringing us completely level. Emotion High. Waze is completely in control now, taking a massive step towards victory with a near perfect exchange. Emotion High. Emotion High. Unbelievable. Omnic manages to survive that trade to force the game into overtime. Emotion High. Omnic has the momentum now, taking a narrow lead after those two quick wins. Truly a bizarre turn of events given their usual dominance in this rivalry. What a scramble. Waze survives on a prayer to bring this a level at 13-13. That was a tiny sliver of health left for him. Emotion High, a swift reaction there to put the pressure right back on Omnic Emotion High. Emotion High, absolute perfection. He takes this one without taking a single hit, putting the pressure firmly on his opponent. Emotion High. Emotion high. Omnic shuts down the map. Point attempt with an incredibly fast reflex emotion high. He's on fire right now, evening the score and putting himself just one round away from the finish. The underdog is completely refusing to go down tonight. Waze edges ahead, clutching a narrow lead at 16-15. Waze reclaimed his grip on the series, leading 17-15. Emotion low, a massive push from Omnic puts them right behind Waze at 16-17 emotion low. Absolute deadlock now as Omnic levels, things at 17 apiece. Neither side is giving an inch in this absolute slugfest. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in this absolute thriller. The pressure is clearly getting to the favorite in this final stretch. We're completely tied up again at 18 all. It is an unbelievable fight for someone normally so outmatched. Nick, Nick, nope, nope, Nick, 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 Nick. Waze claws back perfectly to leave us locked at 19-19. Omnic is just a single step ahead at 20-19. He is truly playing out of his mind today. Emotion low Waze has forced a dead heat at 20-20 emotion low. The tension is reaching a breaking point. Emotion low Waze manages to slip ahead, taking a 21-20 lead emotion low. He's putting a stop to those hopes of a momentum shift. Omnic claws it back to a deadlock 21-21. Looking like a completely different series than their previous encounters. Waze regains a slim advantage, now leading 22-21. Emotion low Waze is pulling away with a 2-point cushion emotion low. A really clean sequence to get the gap back to 2. Emotion low Waze is distancing himself. Now holding a 3-round cushion emotion low. Emotion low Waze is simply outclassing him, now leading 25-21 emotion low. He barely held on to his lead during that middle stretch, but in the end he just proved too strong. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Aster and Omnic are stepping up for this match, though Aster definitely looks like the favorite here. Aster has been a total wall against his opponent, winning nearly 80% of their head-to-heads. It makes that opening round loss look even more unusual, given how consistently he usually closes these out. We have to see if Omnic can keep this momentum going. That was an absolute scramble on the ramp, and Aster comes out on top to tighten this series up. The skill gap is showing as we move into round 4. Omnic just couldn't find a safe spot on the ramp. And Aster is really starting to build some heat now. A rough start for him, given that 7:26 run today. He holds the high ground on the ramp to secure his 3rd straight win. He really has an incredible head-to-head record against his opponent. Omnic responds quickly to level the score at 3-3. This is a huge momentum shift for the lower rated player. They both decided to fight for the same piece of ground, but Aster had the quicker eyes. He's firmly in control of this series right now. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. Omnic is really playing with nothing to lose here. Omnic takes the lead, pushing it to 5-4. The huge gap in their overall win rates is completely out the window. Omnic completely dismantles him off the ramp, extending this run to 3 straight. The gap in their ratings isn't telling the full story right now. Omnic is just unstoppable right now, securing another effortless victory. It's a total flip from how the ladder ranks these two. It's a 7-5 lead for Omnic heading into the break. I mean, it is shocking to see the lower seeded player ahead by 2 right now. Aster needs to shake off this slump if he wants to avoid a huge upset. Time to see if that lead holds. Unreal, he barely survives that slugfest, showing some serious grit to pull himself back into this game. He's really clinging to life with these narrowest of margins. Omnic is currently riding a high with a 7:26 record today. It's a massive swing from his recent struggles, but he's clearly ignoring those stats in this specific series. If he can keep this confidence, the underdog might actually pull this off. Omnic still holds a 2-round cushion at 9-7. Just shuts him down on the ramp, showing some serious resolve to keep the deficit small. It's a battle of wills now as the pressure mounts. Aster keeps the pressure up, bringing this series all the way back to a dead heat. Things are looking an awful lot more balanced now. Absolute authority from the leader, who just wiped out his opponent without taking a single point of damage. Keeps the charge going. That is 4 straight for the leader, who is now firmly in the driver's seat. The seedings are finally making sense in this fight. Omnic answers back from the ramp to keep things competitive. A tough day for him, yet he stays right in the thick of it. This is an incredible battle. They're practically mirroring each other's every move right now. He's really defying that rank 37 label tonight. A perfect encounter from the ramp, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He's gone and done it, taking down one of the most dominant head-to-head records we've seen today. Absolute gutsy performance. What a match. Welcome to the arena. We have a great matchup today as Aster takes on the currently hot Waze. Aster really knows his way around this environment with a 63% win rate here. It's a huge advantage considering he struggled with a couple of losses in his most recent matches. And it seems like those map-specific tendencies are already paying off. Waze is trailing, but he's still very much in this. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making it almost impossible to call who has the upper hand. Waze holds a slim lead as we enter round 5. His recent performance in the last 10 matches is looking terrifying. We've got a total deadlock now, both sitting at 3. Waze is still feeling the confidence from that recent meeting. Aster has all the momentum now, putting some distance between himself and Waze. Waze has been on an absolute tear lately, but he's fighting uphill here. We're back to a tie with both players at 4. The higher rated player is really showing his strength here. Aster just notches ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. It's a tight battle between two of our top 20 players. Aster has historically held the advantage in their rivalry with a 92-90 lead. It's interesting because that's a bit of a contrast to how Waze has been dominating the league lately. We'll see if Aster can finally close out the gap here. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break, while Waze entered this as the favorite, but Aster is refusing to be intimidated. It's basically a toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh starts for both players. Aster claims the edge, leading by a single point. A huge mental shift after that loss in their last meeting. And we are locked in a complete stalemate at 7-all. Waze is really capitalizing on that high recent win rate. The pace has been blistering lately. Neither player is giving an inch today. He's definitely trying to make up for that loss on orange. Aster's pulling away now, putting 2 clear on the board. Waze is still riding a huge wave from his last 10 matches. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking a 3rd straight round with ease. He's simply not letting up, extending his streak to 4 rounds straight. The momentum has completely flipped since their last meeting. Waze answers back with a sharp reaction to hold that slide. The higher seeded player is finally starting to show a way back. Aster recovers his footing quickly and now stands on the threshold of victory. The favorite's looking incredibly sharp in this final stretch. And that's it. A definitive closing shot from Aster to wrap up this series. Waze definitely had a few lightning fast responses in there, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding toward the end. Welcome to the show. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off on fast aim, though Waze enters this as the strong favorite. Omnic comes out swinging with a quick start, catching Waze right as he stepped up that ramp. Waze has historically owned this pairing. Omnic is facing a massive uphill battle with an all-time win rate of just 27%. It's clear he's fighting against the tide of history right now. We'll see if he can turn this early lead into a genuine upset. A strong response here from Waze, picking his opponent right off the ramp. The experience gap is starting to show on the server. He's not letting the early deficit discourage him, securing another point to keep this close. Exactly the kind of momentum the favorite wants to build. Omnic holds a commanding 2-round lead at 4-2. He's certainly making his case despite the lower rating. Waze secures his footing on that ramp to tighten the gap to 3-4. The higher seed is starting to push back. Waze has had a very strong day so far with a 25-11 record. It's surprising to see him struggle to maintain a lead against the lower rated player. He'll need to find a way to stop this slide before it gets out of hand. Waze completely wipes the floor with him there, leveling the score to a dead heat. The momentum is shifting back toward the higher rated side. Absolutely clinical work from Waze, taking a huge step toward erasing that early deficit. It is starting to look like the expected result from this matchup. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Omnic is playing way above his head here. This is a surprising turn of events, given Waze's 75% head-to-head success rate. Let's see who keeps their composure. That was a slugfest, but he's digging deep to take the lead at 7-6. He's proving why he's sitting so high on the ladder. He just shut everything down instantly, refusing to let his opponent get any footing back. Waze takes an 8-7 lead after that clutch play. He's showing plenty of heart despite that ranking gap. Omnic's on a roll now, taking control of the map from that ramp. It's a huge mental blow for Waze after such a dominant start. He's on a tear right now, taking his first lead in quite some time. A total reversal of how their match on Italy ended earlier. What a fight! Waze manages to claw his way back from the ramp and we are all square at 9-9. A crucial stop for the higher seed to keep things level. Waze stays cool under pressure and earns a second straight point to take the lead. The ranking difference is definitely starting to weigh on Omnic. He's absolutely on fire, raining down from the ramp to extend his lead to 11-9. Omnic answers back immediately to narrow the deficit to 10-11. The ranking gap is practically non-existent at this stage. Waze stands tall and claims this battle from the ramp, putting him just one round away from victory. Expectations are fully aligned now. What a performance! Waze seals the deal with a perfect shot from the ramp to secure the win. He barely escaped that one, but he managed to outlast the pressure in the end. Truly an impressive showing from Omnic to push him that far. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. Aster and Omnic are stepping up today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster really holds the historical advantage with a 78% head-to-head win rate, but he's coming off a very tight loss to this exact opponent. He will want to shake off that memory quickly. His superior rating is definitely starting to show. Unreal. He scrapes through with a sliver of health to extend the run. Omnic answers back immediately with a lightning fast shot to keep things close. Aster is pulling away, netting a commanding 2-round cushion. The skill difference between these two is glaring. What an exchange! He barely clings to life after that chaotic brawl to take the lead. He's simply on a different level right now, extending this streak to 3. He's completely taken over this match, charging up to 4 in a row. He's making it look easy for a top 20 seed. He is just totally in control, strolling to a 5th straight win. Absolute perfection from the favorite, securing his 6th straight point in a blink. Aster heads into the break with a 10-2 lead. This is exactly what we expected to see. That 7-round streak puts him in a great spot to close this out quickly. Omnic needs a spark here. Omnic has barely found any success in his last 34 matches against this opponent. It's a massive mountain to climb and you're fighting a player who typically owns the matchup this thoroughly. He'll need a serious surge to avoid a quick exit. He's on fire right now, putting together 3 straight for a strong pushback. A total reversal of the usual dynamic. A sharp exchange here, but Aster comes out on top to hold that momentum. The skill gap is usually far wider than this. That was practically instantaneous. Omnic is reacting incredibly fast right now. Omnic is showing some serious grit. He's refusing to let this match slip away. What a scramble. Aster barely survives that exchange, putting him just one round away from victory. Incredible. Both players were shredded in that fight, but Aster digs deep to secure the final kill and the series. He's really asserting his dominance in this rivalry. Aster just looks far too strong for Omnic to handle today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Aster has historically his her card. Does that Aster is really picking up speed here, catching Waze before he could even get his footing on the ramp. Unbelievable fight. Waze narrowly edges this out, knocking Aster off the ramp to tie things up. His strong 25-11 run today is certainly starting to show. Waze has the lead now with a 3-2 advantage. He's really embracing that role of the favorite today. And we're back at the dead heat. 3-all. The higher rated man in this pair is currently feeling the pressure. Waze is starting to build a real cushion here, really making the most of this early momentum. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that ramp fight, clawing back to a tie. Waze is really having to fight to maintain his status as the favorite. Aster regains the edge with a tight 5-4 lead. Aster has a solid history of success on this particular layout. Waze secures that ramp advantage and forces another tie, keeping this series incredibly close. Waze grabs a slim lead, now sitting on 6. Waze is firmly in control of the pace right now. We head into the break deadlocked at 6 apiece, while Aster is definitely proving that the pre-match labels are wrong today. Waze hasn't been able to separate himself from the underdog in a really gritty opening half. Time to see who blinks first. Waze edges ahead, holding a thin 1-round advantage. That higher rating is giving him some breathing room. Waze has managed to push his daily tally to 25-11. It's quite a contrast to the historical data as he's finally moving past those long-term struggles against Aster. If he can stay this consistent, the momentum shift could be permanent. He just walked right through that one, refusing to let the gap widen further. Aster is fighting back to keep this one within reach. Waze makes a quick read there, cleaning him right off that ramp to keep his lead. He's really capitalizing on his higher standing in our rating. Waze is really pulling away here, putting some serious distance between himself and Aster as he closes in on the finish. Absolute chaos on this exchange, and Waze barely survives the fight to put himself on match point. Tense moment there, but he managed to scrape through. A desperate scramble for survival, but Aster manages to secure the kill and stay in the game. He needed that one to keep the dream alive. What a heart-stopping finish. Aster barely escapes that brawl, surviving with a sliver of health. Pure grit from the underdog to force the issue here. Game, set and match. Waze shuts the door with a perfect final play. He really stepped up his game today, proving he can handle the pressure when it counts. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Waze are facing off on red line, though Waze enters as the clear favorite. Unreal Omnic barely edges it out, surviving a brutal trade to knock Waze off the ramp. Waze is dominating the head-to-head history with a massive lead of 182 rounds won. It's clear that historical advantage is playing a huge role in how easily he's finding his marks today. Now we just see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that flow. Omnic really used that altitude to his advantage there, taking control of the ramp and building a nice cushion. That's a fierce exchange, but he manages to outlast the struggle for another round win. Waze keeps answering back, refusing to let Omnic pull away from the match. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic is really running away with this 5-2 lead. He's shaking off that tough 7-13 loss he had against Aster earlier. Omnic is currently boasting a surprising 6-2 lead. Well, looking at his struggle over the last 24 hours, this is a complete turnaround from his usual performance. Waze has really fallen behind in this one, and he'll need to rely on his superior rating to claw back into the series. What a scrap. Waze barely claws through that exchange to secure his second straight win. He's completely turned the tide, putting an end to that streak and closing the gap before we head into the break. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, we're seeing a genuine shock here. The lower rated player is playing out of his mind, putting Waze on the ropes despite the historical gap between them. Time to see if Waze wakes up. What a fight! He survives a complete war of attrition to keep his comeback hopes alive. The gap in their overall skill isn't as obvious as we thought. Omnic still holds the upper hand at 8-6. Waze has really been the powerhouse today with that 26-10 record. Oh, a total shutdown of the round as he puts a stop to that momentum immediately. Omnic secures another edge, pushing his lead to 9-7. A tough way to start the day after those first few losses. Waze remains stubborn, responding with a clean strike to keep himself in the hunt. A perfect shot to level the playing field, bringing the score to a dead heat. The pressure is definitely mounting on the underdog now. Omnic is refusing to back down, using that height on the ramp to get back into the lead. Waze has always been the dominant force in these pair-ups. He survives by the skin of his teeth after an absolute war of a round. It's a complete reversal of the usual results for these two. Waze is refusing to go away, stepping up for another effortless takedown. Unbelievable. He wipes the slate clean with a battle on the ramp, bringing us all the way back to a draw. Omnic fights back through a chaotic exchange to put himself one step away from victory. Absolute madness. Both players fought for control on the ramp, but Waze just refused to fold, forcing this game into overtime. These last few rounds have been incredibly quick. They're just reacting instantly now. It's an incredible shift in form for a player ranked 37th. He just barely survives that carnage to claw ahead in this overtime battle. Another battle where he barely holds on for his life. Omnic is on fire. He catches Waze on the ramp to secure another round. A lightning fast reaction from Waze, showing incredible poise as he refuses to let the series slip away. He's showing the composure of a top-tier seed. What a clutch! Waze barely survives that exchange to keep the dream alive. The tension is through the roof with that low health. What a finish. Omnic simply deletes him from the ramp to close out the series. He's just rewritten the history books with that series, completely ignoring those head-to-head numbers. Talk about a mental giant. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Aster takes on Omnic. Aster enters as the heavy favorite here. Aster has an incredible lead in their history together, winning 78% of their head-to-heads. And he's carrying that confidence into today after taking their most recent match. We have to see if Omnic can actually find some answers this time. He's simply too fast right now, putting up a perfect start with 3 straight. He's just too quick. That's another flawless round for the leader. Omnic finally gets his first point on the board with a lightning fast response. Omnic is refusing to back down, securing another victory to narrow the gap. The gap between these two looks way smaller right now. He's on a tear now, taking a 3rd straight to keep this fight alive. The underdogs are starting to seize control of the server. Absolutely stunning. He has completely erased that lead to bring us back to a dead-even split. The favorite has officially lost all his momentum. He's just completely outclassing everyone right now, securing his 5th consecutive win to take the lead. A quick response here to bring things back to a dead heat. He is currently sitting at 18th on our ladder. What a display of composure as he keeps the pressure on just before the switch. A massive shift in energy as we head toward the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. Aster is keeping his composure, but Omnic proved he can hold his own with that 5-round run. This is turning into a real scrap. Fresh start for both of them. He is showing some real grit now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. It's becoming a real battle of wills between these two. Everything's back to a stalemate with both at 7. This is a massive fight for the rank 36 player. Aster edges ahead and claims a narrow lead. He's definitely finding his footing after that loss to Ace. He's showing incredible resolve, quickly evening the series at 8-all. That was a lightning fast exchange to shut him down. Aster grabs the upper hand again, moving to 9. Obnek is really fighting an uphill battle against the odds today. It's proving incredibly tough to put away, bringing the series right back to a level state. The script for this duel has completely flipped. The comeback continues as he shuts down that momentum and takes another one. He's really making the most of this underdog run. Unbelievable. Aster brings us right back to a 10-10 tie. A complete reset of the server as both players stand on equal ground. That was a total shutout, putting him back in the driver's seat. His current form is a complete contrast to what we expected earlier. It's completely anyone's game now as they head into the final rounds of regulation. He has fought his way back into the driver's seat, leaving him just 1 round shy of victory. Absolute chaos in this closing exchange, but Aster comes out on top to force a tie. His overall victory rate against this opponent is far superior. He is just refusing to let the momentum slide. Omnic is staring down a very steep mountain right now. A lightning fast flick to seal that round. The pressure is really getting to Omnic as Aster extends his current run to 3 straight. Omnic is showing serious heart, picking him off the vine to stay in this series. He just barely managed to salvage that one. An absolute wall of resilience from Omnic, who just erased that lead to tie things up at 14-14. The favorite is struggling to close the door on this one. He is practically unstoppable right now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. He's putting the pressure right back on, securing a lethal lead as we hit 15-15. We'll need to take a very quick pause here, but stay tuned for more action. We are back in the action on Italy with both players locked in a dead heat at 15-15. Obnik takes a slim lead, pushing it to 16-15. Obnik is surging ahead now, holding a 2-round cushion. Obnik's dominant stretch puts him up by 3. The script has flipped completely since the start of this match. Obnik is firmly in control with an 18-16 lead. And an unexpected turnaround for the underdog. Obnik is now coasting with a comfortable 3-point lead. He's just completely rewritten the history books with that victory. I can't believe we just saw the lower ranked player actually pull this off. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Waze facing off on Fast Aim today to see who comes out on top. Waze is looking sharp early, quickly picking Aster off the ramp to take the first. Aster currently holds a tiny edge with 93 head-to-head wins overall, but looking at their most recent meeting, Waze was the one who really controlled the server. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can reclaim that dominant feeling as this one gets deeper. Aster is really playing the field well, using that ramp to get his footing back in the series. Aster keeps the pressure on, leading 3-2. Waze definitely isn't playing like the expected favorite right now. He's simply on fire, picking up another clean point from that ramp position. His opponent is really struggling to stay in this series. Simply unstoppable right now, holding that high ground to push the score to 5-2. Waze usually brings a more consistent game to these matchups. He's completely taken over the match, securing a 5th straight point with a perfect shot. It's a complete flip from their previous meeting on Mapas. Waze answers back instantly with a rapid shot to stop that run. Aster has an answer for everything right now, catching Waze as he tried to play the ramp. Waze is normally the safer bet in this pair. Waze has been on a tear today with an impressive 25-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that momentum is starting to translate into this series. He really needs to keep this pressure up if he wants to overcome that initial deficit. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely ignoring the script here. The underdog is putting on a clinic against the higher ranked player, and that 5-round streak really shifted the energy of this match. Waze clawed back a round, trailing 8-5. It's a battle of the upper half of the ladder. He's showing great resolve, digging deeper into this comeback with another round for his tally. The gap in their current rankings is finally starting to show. Aster is keeping his composure, catching Waze right as he tried to hold that ramp position. That's a rough turnaround for Aster after dropping his last 2 matches today. He's staying dangerous, trading blows in a tight exchange to secure another point. The server is heating up as they trade. Aster is really starting to distance himself, continuing to punish Waze for taking that ramp position. The rank 14 seed is finally feeling the heat today. Aster is really pulling away now, making it very difficult for Waze to get back into this. Waze really needs to find a way to flip this script. Aster just blew through that defense, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. Waze reacts instantly to keep this series alive with a lightning fast pick. He managed to scramble and find a way back into this. Waze is refusing to go down easy, shutting down the attempt to close it out right here. He's finally found a way to put some pressure on the lead. What a fight! Aster survives a chaotic trade to finally secure the match victory. He really fought back hard at the end, but his grit just wasn't enough to overcome that early momentum. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Omnic taking on Waze, and it looks like the favorite has a strong advantage today. Waze owns a huge lead in the overall head-to-head with 182 round wins over Omnic. It's clear the pressure is on the underdog to prove that a recent victory in their last meeting wasn't just a fluke. Let's see if he can pull off another surprise here. Waze holds a narrow 2-1 lead right now. Coming into today with a solid 25 wins already. The momentum is really shifting now. Waze is starting to pull away with that quick reaction. He's on fire. Waze keeps piling them up with a third straight victory. Expected result for the number 16 ranked player. And he answers back immediately, showing some real grit to keep this close. Pure lightning speed on that last shot. Waze has put up a strong 25-11 record today, which really highlights how hot he's playing throughout the session. Combined with that higher rating on our ladder, it's starting to feel like this match is falling right into his hands. Waze is practically cruising now with a 6-3 cushion. Staying persistent, walking away without losing a single point of health. He's really starting to find his footing in this series. Omnic finally close back to make it 4-7. Waze takes the 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan here. He's showing exactly why he holds a 48% win rate on this map. Time to see if Omnic finds a way. Waze is just relentless, pushing it to 9-4. The skill gap is showing clearly as he pulls further ahead. Omnic grabs another one, trimming the deficit to 5-9. He's clearly not letting his rank disadvantage face him. Waze is putting an incredible amount of pressure on Omnic right now, making it very hard for him to string together any momentum. Waze extends the gap to 10-6 with another masterclass. His recent success against Aster showed he can hang with the top guys. Whoa, what a scramble. He barely walked away from that firefight with his life. Looking at the rankings, this is quite the run for the number 36 seed. Omnic had a decent little run going, but Waze just shut that door tight. That's his high rating playing out on the big stage. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that chaotic clash to reach 12. He's really tightening the grip on this series. And there it is. He seals the deal with a crisp finish to claim the victory. That sub 1 second reaction time really set the tone today. He just looked too sharp for Omnic to keep up with. Welcome to the Dunes. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, and the favorite looks strong heading into this fight. Aster has historically been the dominant force here, holding a huge lead in their head-to-head record. Well, it's a massive gap that usually makes this a one-sided affair. We have to see if Omnic can find a way to flip the script today. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A really surprising shift for the lower ranked player here. They're completely deadlocked now. This is becoming a real toss-up between these two. Omnic holds the narrow lead at 3-2. His recent win over the favorite on Italy P makes this a lot more believable. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the lead to 4-2. Omnic is really making his mark today. Aster is answering back quickly, and we're right back to a one-round difference. He's trying to flex that higher ladder standing. Omnic is currently putting up a serious fight despite a long-term win rate of only 27%. It's a complete reversal from his usual struggles in this league. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. Omnic keeps the pressure high, leading 6-4. It's hard to ignore the gap in their ladder positions right now. The pace of this set is incredible. These exchanges are ending in the blink of an eye. We go into the break with Omnic ahead 7-5. Honestly, the underdog is absolutely refusing to back down. This is a shocker given Aster's huge advantage in their long-term head-to-head history. Let's see how they adjust. Aster is closing the gap now, trailing 6-7. He is definitely feeling the pressure of that recent loss to Omnic. Omnic manages to pull away once more at 8-6. Omnic is genuinely fighting his way through this match. We are right back to a nail baiter. This is essentially a coin flip now. A tough fight for a guy ranked 36th overall. Absolute chaos as Aster forces a dead heat at 8 apiece. Aster is definitely starting to push his home advantage here. Omnic barely holds the edge at 9-8. His confidence is clearly peaking after that recent result on Italy P. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch today. We are staring at a complete stalemate. Omnic just barely keeps a thin 10-9 cushion. He's showing an incredible amount of resolve tonight. Omnic is simply refusing to blink, continuing his strong run as he pulls further ahead. That's another quick exchange to put the pressure back on. What a scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but Aster barely closed this one out. A perfect finish for Omnic, putting him just one win away from victory. The underranked player is truly defying the odds today. Unbelievable. Omnic shuts the door with an effortless final shot to claim victory. To think he's historically struggled this much against the guy, but tonight he was just untouchable. A massive result for him. What a series